A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
That's Molly Goldberg, folks. A woman with a place in every heart and a finger in every pie. And now the makers of New Does, that new kind of soap for everything right down your wash line, bring you another visit with those good folks, the Goldbergs. I tell you that Does is a new kind of soap, I mean it's the first really new kind of granulated wash day soap in years.
You mean at last there's actually a new soap for wash day?
Indeed I do. You've never before been able to buy a soap quite like New Does. And just listen to this. Does all three kinds of wash. Everything from heavy work shirts and towels to your pretty rayon slips.
Now, just a minute, young man. I want to talk to you about that.
About New Does doing everything?
Yes. Now, last week I had a lot of tablecloths and towels in my wash. And they have to come out white to suit me.
Well, just you do them with Does, and they'll come out gleaming white. In fact, you've never seen more snowy white washes than Does gives you. Why, your towels will be whiter, far whiter than you can get them with any number of other soaps.
Well, I also had some of my husband's overalls in my wash. You mean to say this new Does is going to get them clean?
Why, sure. Does will get them wonderfully clean. And you won't have to do any hard scrubbing. No boiling either. Why, no soap made gets clothes clean easier than New Does.
But look, I had a couple of rayon slips and a lot of fussy colored washcloths. Now, you aren't going to tell me that I can use the same Does for them, too.
I certainly am. That's the wonder of New Does. It's far safer for those pretty colors. Safer than any other leading granulated wash day soap. See, it's like I said. Does everything in the wash.
Well, I declare, this Does is the most amazing soap I ever heard of.
You bet New Does is amazing. It's Procter & Gamble's new soap discovery. Just you try it, and you'll see Does is not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Just look for that big red and white box with the name D-U-Z, Does. And next wash day, let Does do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Whenever Jake tries to arrange a human drama without Molly's head, he sticks his foot in it. And this time, he's crowned all his past failures with a real mistake. When Bertha Jerome said she wanted to call on Jake arranged to leave an empty house for her arrival. This was his answer to Rosie Goldberg's unfortunate love affair with Mrs. Jerome's son. However, while everyone was out, Rosie walked in. And it seems that Mrs. Jerome had a field day. And now at last, Molly's discovered what happened. And she's at her front door.
Molly, calm yourself.
Please.
Ma, listen to me.
I'm listening,
Molly,
Sammy.
you'll fall into pieces.
Let me go into the house.
Ma, before you go into the house, please calm yourself.
I'm very calm.
Then be so.
I am being so. I'm being so, and I'm very calm. Please, why wasn't I told that Mrs. Jerome was coming over? That's all I'm asking. Why was I permitted to leave the house and nobody should be there? Then I knew and you knew it was possible that Rosalie would come from Luella's house and she would walk in and maybe she would meet Mrs. Jerome. Why is that? That's all Rosalie needed in her condition. That's all the child needed in her condition, to be in the house alone with Mrs. Jerome. That's all. Let me go in and let me see already what transpired there.
Ma, please.
Why, what's the matter, Emily? What's the matter? Didn't you heard Mrs. Llewellyn said that Rosalie went home? Didn't you heard Mrs. Willoughby said that Rosalie called up and she was crying on the telephone? Why did Rosalie cry on the telephone? Let me go in already and let me see already what time. You want me to stay outdoors here on the porch all night? Should I wait here on the doorstep until the Queen, Mrs. Jerome, makes up her mind that she tortured Rosalie enough with her words and her slings and her arrows?
Then let me go in.
Not you, Jake. Not you. Me.
Why not me?
Because I know you. Because you'll holler and you'll say nothing. That's why.
We'll all go in. Come
all
on.
right, and we'll all go. Mama, darling. Rosalie? Rosalie?
Rosie.
Mama,
What happened, Rosalie? What happened?
Sure. What happened, Mama? You? What happened?
Where is she? Where is she?
Me. I'm here. Right here.
Mama, darling, everything is all right. Please, just tell Mrs. Jerome to go away, to go home. All right, Rosalie. Please, Mama. All right, Rosalie, please. I want you to go upstairs. I want you to go upstairs.
Mrs. Jerome, what did you say to my daughter? Why is she so unnerved?
Jake, I want you to go inside also. Sammy, I wish you to do the same.
I want to know what's been down here.
That's not important.
I only want one answer from you, Mrs. Jerome.
The answer will come later, Jake.
Ma, why don't you let Papa...
Sammy. Mama, darling, I don't want you to say anything.
Come inside, Rosie.
Go inside.
Mama, darling, please.
Go inside, Rosalie, darling.
Mama, darling.
Please go inside.
I called you on the telephone, Mr. Goldberg. I told you I was coming over to speak to you.
I also told you that I had nothing to say to you.
I think we have plenty to say to each other. Where the happiness of my son is concerned, I don't remain silent.
Where the happiness of my daughter is concerned...
You do anything, and you are. If you do anything, and you have, you and your family are doing everything in your power to break my son's engagement to Norma.
Molly, why don't you say something?
You're not worrying about her feelings. You're not worrying about your son's future. You're merely selfishly looking after your daughter's interests and your own, too.
Molly.
After all, Walter has a mother who's quite wealthy, and it'll make a very fine match for a small town girl with nothing to look forward to.
Molly.
And if the only way you can accomplish this is to turn Walter against his own family, to confuse him and mislead him, you're quite willing to go that far. And you have. But don't forget that his mother isn't a fool either. I've had experience with a great many people. People are shrewd and smart as yourselves, and I know how to deal with them.
Is that what you said to Rosalie?
Mrs. Jerome, I'm opening the door to my house. And when you go through it this time, don't ever darken it again with your shadow.
Jake, please.
Don't take me. Mrs. Jerome.
Sammy.
Mrs. Jerome, it wasn't fair or right for you to talk the way you did to my sister. She's only a young girl, a baby, and you spoke to her as if she were as shrewd and scheming as you are. Well, don't give my sister all that credit. She's just foolishly in love with your son, and he isn't worth her last thought. A woman like you doesn't even have the right to talk to people like us with your cynical attitude towards people's happiness. You should have had more sense. But if you haven't, we at least have the sense to keep you out of Rosie's way. What right did you have to say that Rosie was deliberately trying to break up Walter's engagement to Norma? What right? What reason?
Mrs. Jerome, you heard me say
Jake,
the door is
please.
open.
Please, Emily, take Papa upstairs.
You're also terribly indignant because I tell the truth, huh?
The truth,
You
huh,
lie.
Mrs. Jerome?
I want someone out of my house.
Emily, take Papa upstairs.
I...
Take Papa upstairs, please.
Come on, Paul. Come on.
Molly, I won't let someone out of my house.
I'll take my coat, please.
You're not ready for your coat yet, Mrs. Jerome.
Oh, I think I've told you and your family everything I wanted to
But
say.
I haven't told you, Mrs. Jerome.
Still under my roof?
Give me my coat, please.
Mrs. Jerome, you are the living proof of something very important to me.
Yes, and that is?
And that is that there are mothers and mothers in the world.
And you're the good mother.
Well, at least my children don't hate me.
What do you mean?
Do you understand why your son thinks he's in love with my daughter?
Because he's a fool.
No. Not because he thinks he's a fool, but because he hates you. You know what you've done with your son?
Is that woman still here?
He hates you and he's fighting you.
Now you've lost your mind.
Oh, no. Not me, Mrs. Jerome. Not me. I've watched and I've wondered. After all, my daughter Rosalie is a child. She's a baby. And then why should a young man like your son, be engaged to a beautiful and talented girl like Norma, why should he fall in love all of a sudden after knowing my Rosalie, maybe 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, should he fall in love with Rosalie? Well, why should he pick a poor family, another rich one like his own? A child rather than a woman. Well, why should he do everything that he knows that will make you suffer? Why? I don't like to say this because you are a mother, whichever which way, because he hates you. That's why he came to Glastonbury. That's why he's here. And I wouldn't give the whole thing a third or a fourth or a fifth thought that your son's hatred of you is out there. But my daughter thinks she loves her. She thinks she loves her. And I don't want her to suffer because you've been a foolish mother and your son has been a spoiled child.
I think I've heard enough.
Oh, no. And please understand me, Mrs. Jerome. I'm not interested in criticizing your character, Mrs. Jerome, because for my part you can do or be whatever you like. But unfortunately, your mistakes came, and they are roosting in my barn.
You're fooling still here.
So, it's me and my family that's making trouble for you and your family.
Yes. The wrongness in your lives is coming into ours, and I don't want it.
The wrongness in my life? I suppose the fact that I worked and planned and sacrificed for the past 20 years is something bad. I suppose the hours and days I spent trying to create some security for my family is bad. I suppose the education and advantages I've given to Walter hurt him. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Mrs. Goldberg?
I'm trying to tell you that those things that you did for the wrong reasons. All your work is for naught if the sacrifices you made were for the wrong reasons. Success. The desire to be looked up to as a success is no reason for sacrifice. And that's why you did what you did, and that's why now you're doing what you're doing.
And I suppose your life as a housewife, washing dishes, mending shirts, waiting for your husband to bring home his few dollars, that's the real life.
That wasn't my life. And that isn't my life. My life has been making a home for my family. And when it included washing dishes, I washed them. And when it included teaching my children, I taught them. I knew what you didn't know, Mrs. Jerome, that there is only one advantage a parent can give a child. And that isn't a thing. It's not a factory with 10 floors or a motorboat or a car or even a college education. What a parent gives is a way of life, a habit how to live, a belief in human life. You taught your son that only success counted, and I taught my children that only giving others happiness counted. And so today, your son is bringing you unhappiness for which you blame him and not yourself, Mrs. Jerome. She is, and she's staying until I finish saying what I have to say.
Molly's words have the terrible, biting quality of truth. But you have to have ears to hear the truth. And perhaps Mrs. Jerome won't understand. Yet she has to. And so does Rosie have to understand Walter's motives, or else there'll be many hours of suffering and anguish ahead. Don't look now, but are you still using a halfway soap for your dishes? You are if it's a tough granulated soap because it's short on kindness to your hands. Or if you use a bar soap, it doesn't have real speed. Well, if you've been struggling with such halfway soaps, then here's welcome news. New Does is here to bring you a new idea in dishwashing. Yes, Does is that wonderful new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And it really has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. That's where Does is so different from any other leading granulated wash day soap. It's so much kinder to your hands. Just notice how wonderfully smooth and soft your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Yet no soap made gets dishes clean faster than Does. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Why, you can tell by the suds how new and different Does is. Try it today. Does has everything for dishes. Be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Tomorrow, Jake does something without Molly's knowledge once again. This is Clayton Collier wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. In the year she has been teaching English at Madison High, our Miss Brooks has learned a few cardinal rules concerning her principal, Mr. Conklin. One was to be punctual always. Another was to be agreeable at all times.
And a third was, never cross your principal until you came to him. Bearing this in mind, when Mr. Conklin suggested a method a few weeks ago of beating the high price of meat, I listened very carefully. His idea was for a few of us to chip in with him and buy a whole steer and keep it in a frozen food plant. Thus it would make good meat available to us at a reasonable price whenever we wanted it. The scheme sounded feasible, so my landlady, Mrs. Davis, and Mr. Boynton and I joined the Conklins in his project. It worked perfectly until this past week. Thursday morning started out just like any of the others had since Ferdinand had entered our lives.
Connie, you've hardly eaten a thing. Don't you like your breakfast this morning?
I should say I do, Mrs. Davis. This beef stew is delicious. But I've had enough of it.
I had a hunch you'd say that.
You should. I've been saying it since Monday.
I'm sorry I had to serve this 4-day-old stuff, Connie. But since we bought that steer, we've had more meat than we know what to do with. And anyway,
Oh, that's probably Walter to pick me up. Come on in, Walter. The door's open.
I hope he brought his appetite with him. Maybe he'll do away with some of this meat.
Or vice versa.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Morning, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Walter.
You look a bit gloomy, dear.
Yeah, I am.
Would you like a bite to eat? That usually cheers you up.
What do you got?
How about a slab of beef on a nice pointed stick?
No, thanks. Now, I'm in big trouble with Harriet Conklin.
Well, why not sit down and try a little of our stew? That ought to make you forget Harriet for a while.
That ought to make him forget everything for a while.
You're eating beef stew for breakfast?
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We've been battling it for the past 4 days now, Walter.
Well, the way I feel this morning, I couldn't eat a thing. I'm never hungry when Harriet isn't talking to me.
What happened this time?
Well, it all started over a little thing at the Conklins last night. I was sitting in the living room with Harriet and Mr. and Mrs. Conklin when suddenly Harriet spied a large insect. A praying mantis, to be exact. Well, they're perfectly harmless, but you've never heard two women scream the way Harriet and Mrs. Conklin did. Oh, they were terrified. Well, in the midst of the commotion, Mr. Conklin calmly took off his shoe and killed the thing.
What's that got to do with Harriet not talking to you?
Well, I began kidding her about the fact that girls always go to pieces in an emergency. So one word led to another, and she ended up not speaking to me. I guess I shouldn't have teased her about something that's obviously so true.
You mean you really believe that men react better to emergencies than girls do?
Oh, present company accepted, of course. But then I never think of you as a girl, Miss Brooks.
Thanks a million.
What I mean is you'd never get into a panic over a little thing like an insect.
Oh, of course she wouldn't. Neither of us would.
Oh, I know it, Mrs. Davis, but you're different. Oh, for instance, that little mouse running across the floor doesn't bother you two in the least.
Mouse!
Go upstairs for me at once. There, he's gone, Miss Brooks. You can relax.
Oh, I'm perfectly relaxed, Walter. I was just a bit startled, that's all.
Yeah, I know. You can get down off that chair now.
Oh, yes.
I'm surprised at you, Connie, climbing up on a chair.
Where else could I go? You're on the table.
So I am. I was wondering how I suddenly got so tall.
Yeah, you see what I mean? All women react alike in emergencies.
Look, Walter, just because we were a wee bit upset by a mouse, there's no reason to think we'd be over-emotional under any other circumstances. Please notice how rapidly I return to normal. Right now, I'm as calm as can be.
I'll wait, Miss Brooks, while you pull yourself together. Hello, Davis residence. Walter Denton speaking.
Oh, hello, Walter. This is Mr. Boynton. Could I speak to Miss Brooks, please?
You'll have to wait until she gets a grip on herself, Mr. Boynton.
Gets a grip on herself?
Yeah, she just saw a mouse. Miss Brooks and Mrs. Davis were leaping on chairs and tables like a brace of gazelles. Oh, boy, almost knocked me out.
Hand me that phone or I'll finish the job. Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. Hey, what's this about you and Mrs. Davis leaping on chairs and tables at the sight of a mouse? I wish I'd been there.
I wish you had, too. There was an extra chair. But I'm sure you didn't call up just to laugh at me, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, now, don't get sore, Miss Brooks.
I'm not sore, Mr. Boynton. Not in the least. I suppose you share the popular belief that all women get panicky in emergencies.
Well, it's a known fact that men are cooler than women are in tense situations. But it's nothing to get angry about.
I told you I'm not angry. If you want to call up and laugh at me, that's your business. If you choose to insult me by telling me how quickly I go to pieces, that's up to you.
Oh, but Miss Brooks,
But to accuse me of being sore and angry is more than I care to take. The next thing you'll be saying is that I'm mad. That's just what you're thinking, isn't it, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, please,
well, for
Miss
your
Brooks,
information, I am neither sore, angry, nor mad, and neither you or anybody else can accuse me of it. Do you hear me, Mr. Boynton? Neither you or anybody else.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, please try to cool down.
I am cool. I'm cute as a cucumber. I mean, cool as a cucumber.
Oh, good. And I'll tell you what I called about.
I know what you called about, and it's typical of your sneaky nature to call when it would embarrass me the most. Goodbye.
My goodness, Connie. You shouldn't have gotten so peeved at Mr. Boynton.
Well, I hate being told that men can handle emergencies better than women, Mrs. Davis.
I know, but there's nothing you can do about it this minute, dear.
Maybe not. But the way I feel now, if a mantis gets in my way today, he'd better pray.
Oh, Miss Brooks, wait up a minute.
Oh, good morning, Harriet.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you before you went into your first class. I wanted to talk to you.
What is it, dear?
Well, you've probably heard about the enormous insect at our house last night.
Harriet, that's no way to talk about your father. Oh, you mean the praying mantis? Yes, I've heard about it.
Well, since last night, Mother and I have heard so much about male superiority in emergencies that I'm not talking to Walter and Mother's not talking to Daddy.
Well, don't look now, but Mr. Boynton's just joined the club.
You mean you're not speaking to Mr. Boynton either? Why? Was there a praying mantis at your house, too?
No, just a mouse. Mrs. Davis and I became a bit unnerved when we saw one, and Walter blabbed about it to Mr. Boynton on the phone.
Oh, I see. What about Mrs. Davis's cat, Minerva?
It's a good thing she wasn't there. She'd have been more frightened than any of us.
Well, I wish there was something we could do about it.
Here you are, Harriet. Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. We were just talking about you.
Oh, did Harriet tell you how I slew that enormous praying mantis last night?
Yes, sir. I understand you're having it mounted for your trophy room.
Miss Brooks, casting aspersions on my courage is most ill-timed, coming as it does from one who has spent the better part of the morning perched on a dining room chair.
Why, that little stool pigeon.
I wouldn't have brought up the episode had you not made your disparaging remark. It's hardly necessary to reiterate a truism we are all aware of, that in emergencies, large and small, men are much superior to women.
Daddy, you have no right.
Silence. You wouldn't care to discuss the point further, would you, Miss Brooks?
Not with my salary check due tomorrow. That is, no, sir.
Very well. Now, Harriet, I want you to go home immediately after school and help your mother prepare for our dinner party tonight. She broke her silence long enough to call and tell me she wanted you.
All right, Daddy.
You're having a big dinner tonight, sir?
Yes, Miss Brooks, for several members of the Board of Education. That steer we bought certainly comes in handy. Without it, I could never have invited all those important people. Oh, that reminds me, I'll have to take a trip down to the refrigerator plant this afternoon for some steaks.
I could lend you some beef stew.
No, thanks. Well, I've got to get back to my office. I hope you two will voluntarily break up this catty clutch. Or will I have to get a mouse and stampede you? Oh, mouse and stampede. Oh, I will have my little joke.
Right.
Now, you see, Miss Brooks, doesn't that attitude make you furious?
It certainly does, Harriet.
There must be some way to eliminate it.
There is. But where can we find a long enough wall to line up the male population of the United States? quite incensed over Mr. Boynton's attitude toward female inferiority in emergencies. He must have realized how I felt because as he approached my table in the school cafeteria, he had a peace offering in his hand. Where some men give their girlfriends flowers or candy after an argument, Mr. Boynton's gift was more original.
Here, Miss Brooks, I brought you a plate of noodle soup.
Noodle soup? Is this to be construed as a peace feeler, Mr. Boynton?
You might say that, yes. Well, it's got a lot of noodles in it.
Well, if you think you can bribe me with lavish gifts, you're mistaken. Now, I'll thank you to leave me alone if you have nothing further to say.
Oh, but I have, Miss Brooks.
Yes?
What am I going to do with the soup?
Use it as a finger bowl. Young rope with the noodles. Excuse me, Mr. Boynton.
Now, please, Miss Brooks. There's no reason for us to be on the outs like this. Look, do you mind if I sit down for just a minute?
There are no reserved seats in the cafeteria, Mr. Boynton, so there's not much I can do about it.
Well, I don't know how we got into that argument on the phone in the first place. You see, my folks came into town unexpectedly, and you were the first person I thought of to help entertain them.
Your folks?
Yes. I called to ask you to play hostess at a little dinner party I'm giving them at my place tonight.
Well, that's very flattering, Mr. Boynton.
I thought you'd appreciate it. I mean, you've always seemed to like my folks. And, well, now I need your services for something else, too.
You want me to cook the dinner?
No, Dad's stomach hasn't been too strong lately. Oh, it's not that you aren't a good cook.
It's not that I am, either.
Well, I'm in kind of a spot, Miss Brooks. I have no meat for the table tonight and no money to buy any.
Well, that shouldn't be any problem. Why don't you go down to the refrigeration plant and hack a few yards off the dinosaur of the cattle world?
That's just it, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin forgot to pay the rent on the frozen food locker, and they told him today that none of us could go near our steer until the rent was paid. He doesn't have the money. You know what this means, Miss Brooks.
Vegetarianism is about to get some converts. Look, I'd like to help you out, Mr. Boynton, but I haven't any money either.
Oh, I wouldn't ask you for money, Miss Brooks. But I have a little scheme.
The scheme?
Mr. Conklin, Mrs. Davis, and I are all known at the locker since we've been there many times to pick up meat. But you've never been there, have you?
Not so far.
Good. Well, just before closing time, there's only one man on duty. Now, if you could act as a sort of decoy and get him away from his desk for 5 minutes, I could sneak into the refrigeration room and get some meat. Now, do you follow me?
Yeah, but who have we got in the getaway car, Lefty?
It's our own steer, Miss Brooks. We'll straighten out the rent bill later on. Now, will you help me?
Well, where do you stand on male superiority in emergencies, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, now, please, Miss Brooks, this isn't the type of emergency we were talking about. I just meant that women have a tendency to fall apart under pressure.
Well, don't look now, but your decoy has just disintegrated.
Oh, but Miss Brooks...
Sorry, you'll just have to get someone else.
Well, I'm sorry I've made you angry again, but if that's the way you feel about it, I will have to get someone else. There isn't much time, so if you'll excuse me...
It's a pleasure.
Well, see you later, Miss Brooks.
Much later. Of all the nerve. Asking me to help him, and then I should have dropped this noodle soup right into his lap. Men of the limit. Sometimes I wish... Well, there's no sense in going overboard.
You must have money in the bank. Or were you rehearsing a speech for your class?
I'm afraid you're wrong on 2 counts, Mr. Conklin.
No matter. Miss Brooks, I'd like to make amends for my curt treatment this morning. Look, I brought you a little gift.
Why, Mr. Conklin, you shouldn't have. And it's just the color I like, too.
Yes, I remembered that you take your coffee black. Do you mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Take this chair. It's still warm.
To come straight to the point, Miss Brooks, I have a little favor to ask you.
I never would have guessed.
I wouldn't dream of asking it except in this dire emergency. Could you find it in your tender heart to lend me 10 measly dollars until payday?
I couldn't find 10 measly cents in my measly heart. I'm flat broke, Mr. Conklin.
I was afraid of that.
Mr. Boynton told me the predicament you're both in, and you have my sympathy, sir, but...
I'm going to need more than your sympathy, Miss Brooks. You see, I need some meat desperately for tonight. And the little plan I've invented to get it requires your help.
Yeah, but who have we got in the getaway car, Lefty?
I beg your pardon?
Does the plan involve my acting as a decoy for the lone man in the refrigerator plant while you lope into the locker room and pilfer some protein?
What? Yes. But how did you know?
I've seen the picture. Mr. Boynton has a similar plan. And since you share the same low opinion of female behavior in emergencies, my answer to you is the same I gave Mr. Boynton. No, Mr. Conklin.
No?
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong duck.
Miss Brooks, allow me to point out that there is a difference between Mr. Boynton's position and mine.
A difference?
Yes. I happen to be the principal of this institution, and as I have pointed out in the past, it is within my power to make your life here either pleasant or extremely unpleasant. Now, my dear, what is your answer?
Quack, 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 quack.
Well, my acting as a decoy for the man in charge of the food locker seemed like the only way Mr. Conklin, or anyone else for that matter, was going to get a whack at our mammoth steer. So shortly before 5 that afternoon, we entered the refrigeration plant and approached the locker in front of which the man was sitting.
Well, there's the man at that desk, Miss Brooks. Now, we've only got 5 minutes till closing time, so we've got to move fast.
Well, I'll take care of him, Mr. Conklin. You just watch for a chance and sneak into the refrigeration room.
Right. Good luck, Miss Brooks.
Pardon me, sir, but you've got to direct me to the owner of this company at once. I've got to see him immediately. It's urgent.
Just a minute, madam. What's the trouble?
This is the Premium Meat Company, isn't it?
Yes.
Then I'd better talk to Mr. Premium. It's an emergency.
But there is no Mr. Premium. I'm in charge here, lady. All the others have gone home.
Oh, well, then you'd better come immediately. Something terrible has happened.
Where?
Where? Oh, out front. There's been a dreadful accident. A car just crashed into the back of your delivery truck and ruined the whole thing.
A delivery truck? But I didn't hear anything.
It was one of those silent, sneaky crashes. Demolished the whole front end of it.
The front end? But you said the car crashed into the back of it.
What are you, a district attorney or a meat watcher? I'm telling you, it's a mess. You'd better go out and take a look.
Well, if it's as bad as you say, there's nothing to be gained by going out now. I might as well wait 5 minutes until closing time.
Closing time? Well, that's too late. I mean, this won't wait. It isn't only the truck that's damaged. The crash ruined the rear end of the car in front of it.
Well, yeah, that's my car.
Bingo.
I better have a look, although I'm not supposed to leave this desk until closing time.
Oh, I'll keep an eye on things for you. Believe me, I'll call you the minute the hamburger gets restless. You just go right ahead.
Well, okay. I'll be just a couple of minutes.
Now to get to that refrigeration room and give Mr. Conklin a hand. Ooh, it's cold in here. Mr. Conklin? Mr. Conklin, are you in here?
Over here, Miss Brooks, in this third row of stairs.
Where, Mr. Conklin?
Right here, Miss Brooks. What's the matter? Don't you recognize me?
Oh, of course. You're the blue one without the government stamp. That is, you're not wearing your glasses, Mr. Conklin.
I know. It's so confoundedly cold in here, my breath fogged them so I couldn't see. Now, give me a hand with this steer and we'll get out. Well, Miss Brooks, didn't you hear me?
You're talking to a leg of lamb. I'm over here.
Oh, yes, sure. Well, let's get going. It's so cold I can hardly stand it. Say, our steer hasn't got half as much meat on it as I thought.
Please let go of my arm, Mr. Conklin.
Sorry. Perhaps I'd better go out.
in there?
How did he get back so soon?
Quiet, Miss Brooks. Just remain perfectly silent. You won't know we're here.
Well, now we can talk. Wait a minute. It's 5 o'clock. He's closing for the night.
Closing for the night? Come on, Miss Brooks. Hey, there is someone in here. Let us out. Isaac. Come back.
It's no use, Mr. Conklin. The door's so thick he can't hear us.
But he's got to hear us. Somebody's got to hear us. We'll freeze to death in here.
Now be calm, Mr. Conklin.
Be calm, yes. That's it. We've got to do something, Miss Brooks. We'll freeze in here. Why, it won't take an hour, and we'll be as stiff as these steers.
And now, Mr. Conklin.
I don't want to die. Please, Miss Brooks, don't let me die. I'll do anything you ask, anything.
Well, first, brush the sawdust off your knees.
But I can't stand this cold. I can't stand it, I tell you. I'm going. I can sense it already. My whole life is beginning to unravel before my eyes.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin, we're not drowning. We're only freezing to death. What am I saying?
Oh, but it's true. I can feel the icy hand of the Grim Reaper on my throat.
Your tie is caught in the pig's knuckles. Now, look, Mr. Conklin, I'm sure we won't be abandoned in here. Somebody will...
What was that?
It came from behind that big ham.
What big ham?
It's me. Who's me?
Boynton.
I sneaked in about 5 minutes ago when the refrigerator door was open, and there was no one on guard. Walter came along to help me.
Was it?
Yeah, it's chilly in here, isn't it?
Well, it's going to get chillier. We're locked in for the night.
Locked in?
For the night? But we'll...
Freeze to death!
What do you know? The Andrews brothers.
Oh, Miss Brooks, this is terrible. I don't want to die. I'm too young to die.
I'm too important to die.
I'm too useful to die.
I'm just decorative myself. You three he-men will stop shivering for a minute.
But I can't. I'm afraid. I just want to go. What's that?
Oh, the door's opening.
This way, madam. Thank heaven they're American.
Of course, we're Americans. Whom were you expecting?
Laplanders. What are you doing here, Mrs. Davis?
My brother Victor and his wife dropped in for dinner, so I came down to get some meat. Luckily, I caught this man as he was leaving the building.
Yeah, if she hadn't paid part of the rent you owe in your locker, she never would have gotten in.
Oh, what a break. It was extremely fortunate for all of us that you got here, Margaret.
Especially for me. I certainly exploded the myth of male superiority in emergencies.
Oh, I don't know.
We weren't that panicky, Miss Brooks.
You weren't, huh? Well, do you know something, Mr. Boynton?
What?
After seeing you three in action, I'll never be afraid of any other mice again.
And now, here's the star of our show, Eve Arden.
Well, such a demonstration of male superiority can only mean a superior headache.
Artemis Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Oldsberg and Al Lewis, with the music of Bud Bluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Joel Samuel.
And over this same station, Eve Arden, in the role of Madison High School's favorite English teacher, Miss Brooks, will again call the student body together. Don't you be absent. Our Miss Brooks is presented each week through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary. How does your voice day go? It's easy, Clyde. I'm using Clyde. And it comes out white as snow.
I think it has.
That's Sky from Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents the Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, the entitled Pat McGeehan and Dick Ryan, will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled The Liberty Bell. And it stars MGM's Clown and Dave Rose and his orchestra, and here he is now, Red Skelton. Skelton, it sure is nice of you to help entertain at our Liberty Bell dedication.
Oh, yeah.
I know how busy you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm really busy. I'm busier than a horse without a tail during fly time. You know, the Boys Club of America awarded me a trophy for helping me out with their movement, and I was also made the mayor of Culver City. Yeah.
I'll bet the town really turned out. Huh?
Yeah, the first thing the city fathers did was to hide the city daughters. They also made me the chief of the police department, also the fire department. Hey, this may turn out to be fun, you know.
Yes,
someday I may get mad as mayor and burn down the city hall, go put the fire out, and then arrest myself for doing it.
There's a brilliant line, isn't it? Well, what else did you do this week?
Well, Barbara and Boo Roos Jr. Made me a godfather this week, too. Oh, you should have seen that boy down at that hospital. Was I nervous?
Why?
Well, you see, Boo Jr. is new at this sort of thing. I'm an old hand at it, see. When my last baby was born, I was up and around 2 hours after it happened. Well, anyhow, this guy was so nervous that he ran up to the nurse and he says, "Is it a boy or a girl? Tell me, am I a father or a mother?"
Well, what are you going to do at our new Liberty Bell dedication today?
Oh, I could dance. I've been taking lessons, you know.
Dancing lessons?
Sure, I can kick the back of my head.
Well, that clears up a few things.
I look for them, but they're never there. Would you like to see me do a high kick? Get a load of this. Oh. Wait till the Pentagon hears about this. I have just opened a new front.
Well, gee whiz, looks like a nice crowd showed up for the unveiling of our town's new Liberty Bell.
Yeah, any of those Hollywood communists show up?
Hollywood commies?
Yeah, you know, pinks and minks.
Oh, Mr. O'Connor.
Hello.
Well, the committee has been looking for you. Tell me, did you find any entertainment?
Oh, yes, I did. A very clever fellow, one of the best comedians in America.
Well, it's nice of you to come.
Oh.
You're a much younger man than I had pictured, Mr. Benny.
Yeah. There are others. I'm Red Skelton.
Oh, well, we all have to suffer sooner or later. Of course, I am only kidding.
Oh, sure, that's all right. You can ad-lib anything you want to. I can take it kidding.
Yeah.
We're going to miss you around here, though. Hey, there's that punch-drunk prize fighter, Cauliflower McPug.
Yeah, I better say hello to him. Hiya, Cauliflower.
Oh, you know me, huh? Hey, you know the old boy, a flock of them flew over that time. Boy, what a day. Get smell that air. Oh, boy. See, I have to take it in through my ears. I can't breathe through my mouth. Hey, did you see my fight on television last night? This big bruiser I'm fighting, see? Oh, you ought to see him. Oh, he's pretty big for a midget, you know. I said to him, "Come on, boy, let's see what you got. Come on. I try to bring him to me. See? I said, "Come on, hit me. Go on, hit me."
Well, what happened?
I don't remember. Oh, say, they've started the celebration early. They're ringing the bell already, huh?
The bell isn't ringing yet.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Then why all those pigeons flying out of the belfry? Hey, I'll see you around. I got to get inside the auditorium. Dave Rose is dedicating a new song that he wrote yet for me called Birds and Bells.
Tide's in, dirt's out. I have the cleanest wash in town, from work clothes right to undies. It sparkles so you simply know it's Tide I use on Mondays. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, everybody's singing the praises of Tide. For Tide gives you the cleanest wash in town. The reason? Tide really does work miracles. Because Tide not only gets the ordinary dirt out of your clothes, but also removes dulling soap film. Why, we've tested Tide against all kinds of soap. And every time we prove the same thing. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. But millions of you women prove that for yourselves, washing and rinsing your own clothes. You see those amazing Tide results in the cleaner clothes your children wear, the cleaner sheets and pillowcases on your bed. You find how gentle Tide is to your hands, too. Next wash day, wash your clothes in Tide, and you'll get the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. Any soap? Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
Say, Rod, when are they going to unveil the town's new Liberty Bell?
Well, right after Junior and his mother and grandfather present a bedtime story for adults.
Oh.
I better get backstage and see how they're coming along.
Okay.
Now, when you get out on the stage, talk loud.
You know, when I walk out on that stage, I'm going to stick me tongue out at the audience.
Oh, Junior, why do you always stick your tongue out at people?
Well?
That nice little boy next door doesn't stick his tongue out at people.
I know.
What do you mean?
Well, you remember the day when Pop was trimming the head with them long snippers?
Yes.
Well, that little kid didn't know it, see, and he stuck his tongue out at me.
What happened?
His tongue don't get around much anymore.
Now, stand up straight.
Yeah,
I want to
okay.
see how you look.
Well,
straighten your tie.
Well, look, I wouldn't mind going out in front of them people if you'd let me wear me long pants. Goodness me, these skinny legs of ours.
Oh, your legs are not so skinny.
Oh, then how come every dog in the neighborhood follows me around smacking his lips? They all say, yum, yum. Any day now he will throw them away.
Stop talking silly.
One dog buried me 3 times.
You did?
I'm so skinny. Won't you hit me now? You do, and I'll go out on the stage and tell everybody that you got teeth like the stars. They come out every night.
Why, Junior, that's not true.
Oh, no? Oh, well, maybe not. Oh, look, they're bringing in a tray of sandwiches.
Oh, I better get my choppers in.
Taste this, man.
Oh! You wait until I get you home. You know my teeth are perfect.
Perfect teeth. I've seen better teeth on a non-union carpenter's saw.
Well, are you ready to present your little play?
Yes, I'm ready. Is you ready, dear Mummy?
Yes, dear.
Is you ready, dear Grandpa?
Yes, son.
Yes, sir, we're ready, Mummy.
Well, I'll introduce the play. Gee, I must be winning Junior over. He didn't insult me.
Oh, yoo-hoo, just a minute.
Yes, Junior?
Talk loud, you big fat slob, you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to carry on with our dedication of our new Liberty Bell, we bring to our stage Junior, who will tell a bedtime story for adults entitled The Bell Collector.
In a junkyard, a final resting place for once useful gadgets, sat an old rusty bell. No one seemed to know why the people threw it there, or how they could ever forget its importance.
Yes, I did play an important part in the life of the villagers. Of course, I irritated the adults when I awakened them to another working day, but I was forgiven again when I rang out at noon at Angelus time and gave them a few seconds of relaxation. Then I was loved again at the close of the working day, at vesper time.
Only to be scolded by us little kids when you rang out the curfew. This old bell had rung out the sounds of victory of many wars. It had called people to their places of worship. It had warned the people of the dangers when a storm was approaching.
That ship out there must be warned. Down the bell!
Then came confused progress, and progress knows no sentiment.
Yes, my warning sounds were replaced by the siren. And subversive elements do not call the people together by the sound of a bell. They have to sneak into their meeting cells. If they could silence every church bell, the chimes in the clock, soon the father of all bells, the Liberty Bell, would be cast into the limbo of the junkyard.
The old bell was very sad. But one day, a smaller bell was tossed onto the junk pile. A widow dinner bell. She had been replaced by a foot buzzer. She had been quite a bell in her day at the head of the American table. Hardly a day went by that someone didn't give her a ring. And she and the old rusty bell got to talking.
I don't like to sound off, but my brother is carrying out a great traditional prize in San Francisco. He's a trolley bell and a cable car.
Market Street, everybody out and push.
And not only that, my father is at sea, a ship's bell.
Soon the widow bell became unhappy, too. And the old rusty bell and the little bell cried. They had figured that they were doomed to spend the rest of their days on the junk pile. But along came a widow boy who had a strange hobby of collecting bells, for their history alone would give him knowledge. And he picked up the widow bell. My, what a lovely sound. And what does we have here? Kind of flat, yes, but to the collector it sounded like a choir of angels. The little boy spent a week sandpapering and polishing the neglected bells until they became dazzling bright like spiritual teachings. And then he was placed in a room with thousands of other bells, old fire bells, old train bells, yes, even a few Christmas bells. They had all lost their importance. Then one day the old bell spoke to the little bell.
Little bell, I have become very fond of you. Would you be mine? Of course, there's a slight difference in our ages, about 75 years.
Now, isn't that silly? Because bells are just like people. They only feel old if they're not wanted. But the old bell asked her to marry him, and she said, My, what a lovely wedding it was. Presents were brought by the Christmas bells, poems were recited by the jingle bells, jokes were told that fractured the other bells. Of course, they were the sleigh bells. And none of the guests were cranky or irritable, not with the good humor bells around. Word got around about the bells. Even the collector was happy about it when this strange thing took place. The townspeople seemed to realize that they had been asleep, that to sound out liberty, you must pull a rope, not strings. So they asked the collector for the bell to hang in their steeples, and the widow bell and the old rusty bell became the proud parents of the sounds of freedom. Again they would call children to church, make American thinking clear. Clear as a bell. Again they let freedom ring.
Thank you, Junior. Now to get on with the dedication of our Newtown Liberty Bell. There is with us a man who has faithfully seen to it that the flag that flies over our town hall was raised in the morning and taken in at sundown. So the committee felt it only fitting that the honor of bringing the new Liberty Bell should go to Clem Cadiddlehopper.
Well, here I am. Oh, I love the sound of my voice, Steve. I can always tell when I've stopped talking that way. Oh, snappy ones tonight, ain't they, huh?
Is Mr. Cadiddlehopper here?
Well, not all here, but I'll do till I come along, yeah. So, too fast for him. He didn't get that at all.
Well, hiya, Clem. Congratulations.
I didn't care much for it myself.
This is really a big day for you.
Yeah, I ain't been so excited since I won the blue ribbon at the Hog Show. Of course, I had to return it when they found out I didn't have a pedigree. Oh, I'd love to get my mitts on the hog that squealed on me.
Well, you better comb your hair.
Yeah, I better comb my hair so it'll look nice. Well, how about that? My pet rabbit didn't run away after all.
Oh, Clem, I'm so proud of you.
Well, do. As I live and breathe. Well, I see you've just come from the glue factory.
Why, that's my new perfume you smell.
Oh, what is it, Rabbit Hutch number 3? Or Canal number 5?
It's called Manhunt.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that out of this world?
Smells like it's been dead a long time, yeah.
Oh, Clem, I'm so thrilled that they chose you to ring the Liberty Bell.
Oh, well.
I've just got to give you a big kiss.
And hand me one. Oh, please, could I have my bubble gum back? Well, that did it. Now I've got to get my lips retreaded. You kiss like a vacuum cleaner, you know.
All right, Clem.
Spring cleaning.
It's time to ring the Liberty Bell.
Okay.
Grab hold of the rope.
Grab hold of the rope.
Oh, but Clem!
Oh.
Put me down.
I'm sorry. I thought that rope was a little hefty. Well, I'm all set.
Now, hold it a minute, Clem.
Oh.
I want to get a picture of you and Daisy June for the society page of the seed catalog.
Oh, well, we do look seedy, don't we?
Now, let's make it a real romantic picture. Put your arm around Daisy June and put your heads together.
What do you mean? I was born with my heads together.
Isn't this romantic, Clem? You and me having our picture took in a lovey-dovey pose.
Well, let's not get sickening about it. It could always be replaced with a commercial, you know. You do things like that in public, it just makes my heart as heavy as a bucket of hog liver. And don't smile, it's getting over on my side of the camera.
All right, I've got the picture. Thank you, Clem.
Yo.
Well, let's get on with the ceremony.
Ceremony, I thought that word was creamery.
Come on now, Clem. Yank on the rope and ring the Liberty Bell in the steeple.
Okay, here she goes. Well, that's funny. The bell didn't ring.
That's strange. Try it again. Pull on the rope real hard.
Okay. Oh, it's these tight pants I'm wearing, you see. I told my mom not to make them underwear out of salt bags, but... how about that? I pulled the rope, nothing happened. Well, look, the rope just fell from the steeple. There's no bell on it.
Say, the Liberty Bell's gone.
Somebody stole it.
Yes, it's like Junior said. Some subversive forces who want to silence the bell and what it stands for.
How about that, Rod?
Yeah, look, Skelton, we better find the one who stole that Liberty Bell.
Now, let's not just stumble around in the dark. Let's let Dave Rosny's orchestra play Begin the Begin. It'll give us a chance to think about things.
If you hate to wash dishes,
then you're gonna love Tide.
I certainly hate to wash dishes. That greasy water. Ooh.
Then you're gonna really love Tide, because there's no greasy water when you use Tide in your dishpan. You see, Tide cuts grease like magic, then seems to make the grease disappear completely. The water stays so clean and fresh, it's a treat to your hands. And Tide's kind to your hands, too.
Yes, but what about all the time dishwashing takes? I hate that part, too.
Then you're gonna love Tide for the time it saves you. You see, Tide lets you wash dishes without wiping. Rinse them, let them drain dry, and, lady, they're clean. Actually cleaner than any soap will get them. They dry sparkling, with no soap film to cloud or streak them.
You know, I believe I could love Tide.
Yes, and you will, lady. So try Tide soon. Find out how Tide makes dishwashing easier, quicker, and pleasanter. Remember,
if you hate to wash dishes, then you're gonna love Tide.
Hey, Rod, the people are getting kind of restless, you know. We better find out who took that Liberty Bell. We better get it back.
Yes. Let's take a look up on the town hall steeple and see if we can find any clues.
All right, that's a good idea. We'll go up to the steeple. No, it sure is a small steeple, isn't it?
Well, let's see now. The Liberty Bell used to be inside this next room here.
Yeah.
Well, look, there it is.
Yeah, but look who's curled up asleep next to it.
Willie Lump Lump. I'll go wake him up. Hey, Willie, wake up, wake up.
Look, Sergeant, go away and let me alone, will you? Old generals just fade away, but old captains run and hide.
Willie, what are you doing up here?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Come on, now, why are you asleep up here in the belfry?
Well, if you must know, I'm up here in the belfry because last night I went out on a bat. And this is where we landed. Now, if you want to know something, there's one thing I can't stand is a Budinsky. And if I ever saw a Budinsky, you are a Budinsky. And you are a Budinsky as Budinskys go, and I wish you would.
Well, Willie, why didn't you go home last night?
I can't go home. I can't sleep at home. My wife's mouth is on a 24-hour shift. Mm-hmm. When she's awake, she's always talking. When she's asleep, she's talking. When I'm not at home, she's telephoning me. So I crawled up here to get some rest. And did you know what happened? All night long, carrier pigeons have been bringing me messages.
Well, I just discovered why the Liberty Bell didn't ring. The rope's been cut.
I know. I cut it so nobody would ring it while I was taking a little snooze. You know, I got to get some sleep, you know. Mm-hmm. I got to be awake so I can hold my position.
What position?
Number 1 boy in the unemployment compensation line.
Well, how could you do a thing like cutting the rope that rings the Liberty Bell? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Is that the town's new Liberty Bell?
Yes,
I didn't know that. You know, I'll bet a lot of people have been cutting ropes on that Liberty Bell without realizing that we're doing it. You know, I think I'm going to step out there and apologize to the folks.
Willie, don't go out that door. It leads to the roof. Willie! Willie, are you all right?
Yeah, but what's that curb? It's pretty steep, boy.
All right, folks. Now that the Liberty Bell's fixed up again, Clem Kadiddlehopper will now pull the rope and ring it for us. Well, go ahead, Clem. Let her ring.
Can you imagine that, Red? Willie nearly wrecked our ceremony by cutting the rope on the Liberty Bell just so he could fall asleep.
Well, you know, Willie isn't the only one at fault. We're all to blame. And if all of us free, loving American people don't pay more attention to what the Liberty Bell stands for, the day may come when another bell will toll the death of our way of life. Too many of us are Willie Lump Lumps. We've been asleep too long. God give us the strength to wake up before it's too late, before there's no Liberty Bell left to ring.
Now Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why...
You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobacco. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, Iris Adrian, our singing star Connie Haynes, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught eating all his mother's preserves to keep his father out of a jam, calmly said,
Costello, come here. Do you realize you're almost late for our broadcast? What kept you? Where have you been?
Oh, I was all over town today trying to buy myself a new shirt. I had a terrible time.
Well, naturally. You know there's a shortage of material.
You said it. I finally had to buy one of those shirts made out of onion skins. And did that shirt embarrass me?
Oh, now, come. How could an onion skin shirt embarrass you?
Well, I walked into the Brown Derby restaurant, and my shirt tail jumped out and waved at the hamburgers. My shirt even chased the hamburgers into the icebox.
Wait a minute. Your shirt ran into the icebox? What happened?
That's all. Now my tail is told.
Doc, never mind that, Costello. Costello, you mean you kept me waiting here all this time while you were out buying a shirt?
Oh, yeah, but I had to get one. I met a wonderful girl today, Abbott.
You did?
Her name is Gertrude Gigglewater.
Oh.
She's got a swell job, too, Abbott.
What does she do?
She scrubs the floors in the house on 92nd Street.
You mean you got a date with her?
Yeah, you ought to see her. Beautiful. She's Betty Grable, Lana Turner, Lauren Bacall, all rolled into one.
She is?
Yeah, but the only trouble is, when I unroll her, she looks like Boris Karloff.
What are you doing with another girl, Costello? Well, what about your girlfriend, Lena Genster?
I had a fight with her.
No.
Yes. Lena sent me to a drugstore last night to get some makeup, but I made a mistake and got her a bottle of leg makeup.
Leg makeup?
Yep. When she put it on her face, she got a run in her neck. Boy, is she mad at me.
I don't blame her. You mean your love boat strung a leak?
Strung a leak. The whole bottom fell out.
Costello, I think Lena knows about this girlfriend of yours. Yeah, she left this note for you. Here, you'd better read it.
Okay. Oh, look. Dear Louis. Look how she spells Louis. L-O-U-S-E. Hey. Isn't that louse?
You're reading right.
Maybe it's Louse. French, you know. How do you spell Louse?
L-O-U-S-E.
It still spells louse, don't it?
Read Lena's letter, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll read it.
Go ahead.
I hear you are running around with another girl. I am coming over here, and I'm going to shoot you so full of holes you can button your vest from any angle. Lena wouldn't shoot at me. She's a college girl. She told me she came from Penn State. She must have meant State Penn.
You dummy, that was... That was just a car backfiring.
Then help me down off this chandelier.
Costello, if I were you, I'd get out of town right away. Is there any place you can go where Lena can't find you?
Yes. My Uncle Artie Stebbins. He has a monkey ranch. He raises apes.
Your uncle raises apes?
Yes, it says right on his stationery here. Stebbin's Apiary.
Apiary?
Mm-hmm.
Why, you dope, an apiary is a place where they raise bees. Have you ever seen your uncle's bees?
Oh, sure. He's got a whole herd of bees.
No, you dummy. It isn't herd of bees. It's swarm.
It's what?
It's swarm.
Why don't you take your coat off?
No. Look, Costello. You've been out to your uncle's farm. Haven't you ever seen his hives?
Have I ever seen what?
Have you ever seen your uncle's hives?
No, every time I've seen him, he had his clothes on.
Listen, Costello, I've been to your uncle's ranch, and I saw his hives.
You saw his hives?
Yes.
Shame on Abner!
What's the matter with that?
Bad boy,
What are you... Now, wait a minute. Be careful with your remarks.
How dare you peep into my uncle's window and look at his hives?
I didn't peek in any window.
Then you looked over the transom.
Listen, you dope. Your uncle was in the house, and his hives were in the backyard.
He was in the house, and his hives were in the backyard?
Certainly.
How does he scratch him with a long-handled rake?
Talk sense, Costello. I'm talking about your uncle's beehives. Haven't you ever tasted his orange blossom honey?
No, I haven't, sweetheart.
Costello, you don't even know
You're cute.
Never mind that. You don't even know where honey comes from.
That's ridiculous. A cat... Who don't?
You don't.
My cat has honey.
Now, that's ridiculous. A cat doesn't have any honey.
Then why does mine stay out all night?
Costello, bees make the honey. Haven't you ever seen the bees in my garden gathering nectar?
Gathering what?
Nectar in the flowers.
You necked who in the flowers? You better be careful, Abbott. I necked a girl once in the flowers, and her boyfriend caught me and fractured me in the hollyhocks. Right down to the roots.
All right. Will you please pay attention? I'm trying to tell you where the honey comes from. Haven't you ever seen the bees buzzing around my poppies?
Your poppies what?
My poppies in the garden.
Let them stay in the garden. Who cares?
No, I'm talking about flowers. Didn't you know I have an Oriental poppy?
No, sir. I thought he was an American.
Costello, when I'm talking about a poppy, I'm not talking about a man.
Shame on you. Telling me your poppy ain't a man.
Listen, the poppy I'm talking about is the one in the backyard, in the bed.
Oh, why don't you sleep in the house? Are you afraid of your mommy?
Now, look, I'm talking about my wife's flowers bed. Haven't you ever noticed my wife's petunias?
Can I have that again?
I say, haven't you ever noticed my wife's petunias? Ah, Costello, what could be nicer than beautiful flowers on the table?
Meat and potatoes?
Look, why do I waste time with you? I'm trying to tell you that the bees gather honey from the flowers and they take it to the hives and put it in their combs.
They put the honey in their combs?
That's right.
Doesn't that make their hair sticky?
Costello, there's only one way to handle a dummy like you. I'm going to take you out to your uncle's ranch and show you how the bees operate.
You're not going to get me near any of those bees. What if one of them should back up and sting me?
What do you care about a little bee sting? All you have to do is slap a little mud on it and the stingers come out.
All I do is slap a little mud on it and the stinger comes right out?
That's right.
Who's going to hold the bee while I slap the mud on him?
Let's take a moment to go back 2,500 years or so to the wise old philosopher who said,
Gratias ine isi rotere ton logan. Actions speak louder than words.
The same man, as it happens, who also said,
Vira kalastos didaskalios esti. Experience is the best teacher.
That man was Aesop, whose fables have been a bestseller for 24 generations. Can you think of a modern application of those two proverbs? Well, how about this? Experience is the best teacher. During the cigarette shortage, when smokers had to take what they could get, they tried more different brands of cigarettes than they'd normally sample in a lifetime. And that experience taught them, better than any claims, that the blend of costlier tobaccos in Camels is unique. And that's proved by the second proverb. Actions speak louder than words. For today, more people ask for Camels than ever before. Yes, more smokers than ever before, more experience than ever before, proved by their actions that Camels are the choice of experience. C-A-M-E-L-S. The choice of experience. More people want Camels than ever before. And now Camel presents Will Osborne and the orchestra. Will sings the current swing favorite, Waiting for That Train to Come In.
train to come in. Waiting for my gal to come home. I've counted every minute of each livelong day. Been so melancholy since she went away. I've shed 1,000,000 teardrops or more. Waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting in the depot by the railroad track, looking for the choo-choo train to bring her back. Waiting for my life to begin. Waiting for the train to come in. Waiting for the train to come in.
Well, here we are at your Uncle Artie Stebbin's ranch.
Yeah, and am I happy? I got out of town before my girlfriend got a hold of me. Ha, ha, ha! Got away from her.
Tell me, Costello, why is Lena so mad at you?
Well, yesterday she asked me to give her cat a saucer of milk. I took the milk out of the wrong can, and it turned out to be gasoline.
You fed the cat gasoline? What happened?
It changed its purr to a pup-pup.
Oh, come on, Costello. Let's see if your uncle is home.
Hey, look out for that loose board on the porch.
Ow! That board flew up and hit me in the face.
It's even more embarrassing on the way out.
Go ahead, knock on the door.
What do you want?
I want to see my uncle, Artie Stebbins.
Well, hereafter, go around to the back stoop.
Stoop?
Step. And when you get up to the back step. Stoop.
One stoop at a time.
Okay, go ahead. I'm glad you fellas dropped around, eh? Will you help me carry this ladder? I gotta get up on the roof.
You've got to get up on the roof. What for?
I'm gonna have one on the house.
Hey, what's going on out there? Why, it's my little nephew, Louis Costello, and Bud Abbott.
Hello, Mr. Stebbins.
Hello, Mr. Stebbins. How are you?
Come right in, boys. I was just going to sit down and eat.
What was that?
I always have a couple of shots before dinner. I like to get off a good joke.
Well, get off that one before it hatches.
Mr. Stebbins, I brought Costello out here to hide him from his girlfriend. Now, I hope you can put us up. Do you have a nice room with a bath?
Not out here. All we have is a room and a path.
I think I'd better wash my hands before I sit down to eat.
Get away from that cow.
Is that a cow? I thought it was funny. All that plumbing and no sink.
Costello, you dummy. Haven't you ever seen a cow before?
Are you kidding? I worked once on a dude ranch. It was so classy that even the cows wore slacks.
The cows wore slacks? How did you milk them?
I was a pickpocket.
All right, you later. Don't cackle over it. Look, boys, if you're going to stay out here at my ranch, you better get acquainted. Here comes my foreman, Tex Melonhead. Tex, meet Lou Costello, my nephew, and his friend, Bud Abbott.
Hi, boys. All right, everybody works on this ranch. Come on, let's get busy.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't come out here to work. I haven't got the time.
Oh, you haven't got the time, huh? Get a load of this Costello. He works in pictures. He's on the radio. He makes thousands of dollars a week, and I got to go out and buy a watch to tell him the
Wait a
time.
minute. Look, Melonhead, I didn't ask you to go out and buy me a watch.
Oh.
You don't have to buy me a watch.
You want me to go out and steal one, huh?
Did I ask you to go out and steal one?
That's how I make my living. I'm not a foreman on the ranch. Say it, I'm a crook. I steal.
Who's Cook Melonhead? You never stole anything in your life.
Oh, I spent 15 years in Alcatraz for nothing, huh? Go on, while you're at it, tell everybody that I shot a cashier in the bank. Oh, I shot a guy. Start a rumor.
I didn't start nothing.
Say I shot a man. Go
Why
ahead.
should I say you shot a guy? I swear, Melonhead, you never shot the cashier.
I missed him, huh?
I
can't shoot straight.
How do you like that? Now, what did I say?
What did you say?
Yeah.
Get a load of him. Doesn't even know what he's saying, and he takes up my time. I should be doing my work, and you keep me standing here.
Look, Melonhead, I don't want you to stand here. Go take a walk.
Oh, wear out my boots, huh?
Okay, then take a ride. Take a bus. Take a streetcar. Go on, take a taxi.
What's wrong with a train?
I got nothing against trains.
You wouldn't mention trains, huh?
Why should I talk about
Now
trains?
he's against the railroad. Stop the train. No more trains. Goes to show you. My brother was out of work for 11 years. This morning he got a little job on the railroad, a brakeman. Now Costello wants to stop all the trains just to throw my brother out of work.
Who said anything about your brother not working, Melonhead? Let your brother work. Let him work 365 days a year. here.
Oh, he shouldn't even have one day off.
Look, let him not work at all. He don't have to work at all.
Now you want to make a bum out of him.
Who wants to make a bum out of
A poor man works and he can't even have one day off.
Let him take a day off. Go ahead, let him take Thanksgiving Day off.
Thanksgiving Day, the only day he gets double overtime, he lays them off.
Will you forget about your brother?
Fine thing, the only brother I got, he wants me to forget him. My brother, the man who introduced me to Marie, my darling little wife. Oh, now you're dragging my wife into the argument.
I didn't even mention your wife, Melanie.
Oh, you wouldn't mention her. My wife isn't good enough for you to talk about, huh? Go on. Tell him my wife is a miserable, ugly old battle axe.
Melonhead, I've seen your wife. Your wife is charming. She's lovable. Very affectionate.
Oh, so you're the guy.
No, I'm not. I am not
Come
the
on,
guy.
take off your coat. Fight like a man.
Okay, Melonhead, you got me good and mad now. You want to fight, eh?
Yes.
Well, I'll fight you. You meet me at the pool room at 8 o'clock. I'll trade punches with you. And furthermore, to show you I'm not afraid of you, Melonhead, I'll let you take the first punch.
In the alley?
No, on the punch board. 5 cents a chance.
Camel's lovely Connie Haynes. That's for me.
I saw you standing in the sun, and you were something to see. I know what I like, and I like what I saw. I said to myself, that's for me. A lovely morning, I remarked, and you were quick to agree. You wanted to walk, and I nodded my head. I breathlessly said, that's for me. I left you standing under stars. The day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart, that's for you. Oh, my darling, that's for you. I left you standing under the stars. The day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, the dream in my heart, that's for you. Oh, my darling, I am saying that's for you. Oh, my darling, I am saying that's for you.
Very sweetly sung by a very sweet girl.
Thank you, Ken, for a very sweet compliment. Oh, and thanks for the lovely flowers you sent. I suppose they prove you really mean the nice things you say, huh?
Indeed they do, Connie. As Aesop put it, actions speak louder than words. That's why the actions of today's smokers mean so much. For a few months ago, when smokers had to take what they could get, most civilians tried more different brands of cigarettes than they'd usually buy in a lifetime. But now that smokers can choose their cigarettes again, well, their actions prove that they found no substitute for the fine, rich flavor and cool, soothing mildness of Camel's costlier tobaccos. More smokers today are asking for Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Yes, Camels, the choice of experience.
Well, Costello, this is certainly the life. Isn't it wonderful up here at your Uncle Artie Stebbin's ranch?
Oh, Abbott, what a climate.
It is.
Where else can you jump out of bed in the morning and fill your lungs with that fresh California fog?
Well, I'd feel good, Lou. I'd really feel good if it wasn't for one thing. I had a terrible nightmare about a flood. All night long I was gasping and fighting for my life against a raging torrent of water. All around me, there was nothing but water, water, water.
That was no dream, Abbott.
It wasn't?
No, the stopper come out of your hot water bottle.
Hey, Costello, look out the window. There's your Uncle Artie Stebbin down there feeding the pigs. Let's get out and watch him.
Not me, Abbott. Those pigs are vicious.
Vicious?
Yes, sir. I saw a bunch of little pigs chasing a big pig around the pen. They finally threw him on the ground and tried to chew all the buttons off his vest.
Will you talk sense, Costello?
Tell me something, Abbott.
What?
Do little pigs have little babies?
Oh, of course they have little babies.
That's funny. I always thought they had little pigs.
All right. What's the matter with you, Costello? Why all this silly talk?
Oh, I guess it's because I got away from Lena Jester. And she can't find me way up here at my uncle's ranch.
How can you talk that way against Lena? I think she's different. She has such a cute little button nose.
Yes, but why does it have the button on her lower lip?
Say, Costello, who's that getting out of that car?
That's my old friend, Scotty Brown. Get a load of him, Abbott. He's all dressed up in a cowboy outfit.
Hiya, laddie.
Hi, Scotty.
Coyote and a broadbrick along little doggy.
Scotty, old boy, what are you doing up here at the Stebbins Ranch?
Well, I heard you laddies were up here, and I came for a horseback ride. How do you like these nice woolly chaps I'm wearing? I made them myself.
Woolly chaps. Looks like a suit of long underwear.
Well, confidentially it is. I took a comb and roughed up the fuzz.
Turn around, Scotty, and let's see the rest of your outfit. Come on.
Okay. Pretty snazzy, eh, laddies?
Hey, wait a minute, Scotty. You've only got one spur. Did you lose the other one?
No, I only bought one. If you spur one side of the horse, the other side has got to go, too. Oh, by the way, Costello, I brought a friend of yours up in my car. Here she comes now.
There you are, you storage tank for the fat salvation.
Costello, it's Lena.
Run for the hills and under the roof. Costello, what's this I hear about you running around with another girl named Gertrude Gigglewater? Are you the kind that has to have a lot of women in your life?
No, I like a lot of life in my women. After all, Lena, I'm the kind of fellow that has to have excitement. I have to live.
Why?
Lena, can I help it if women are crazy about me? It must be the Van Johnson in me.
How dare you compare yourself with Van Johnson?
I look exactly like him.
Where?
Between the fingers.
Oh. Costello, please. Why don't you tell Lena that you've been a bad boy and throw yourself on her mercy?
Yeah, she'll throw me right back on mine.
I'll say I would, you dehydrated Andy-Divine. I hear you even held this girl's hand.
Oh, that was kid stuff.
And you also put your arms around her.
That was just kid stuff.
Then you kissed her.
Today, I am a man.
Well, I'll fix you, Costello. I'm going to take your engagement ring off my finger and throw it away.
Lena, please don't throw that diamond ring on the ground.
Why not?
Because you'll have 7 years bad luck.
Look, Costello, I'm not going to waste any more time on you. I brought my cousin, Cliff Nazaro, on here from Brooklyn. Come here, Cliff. This is the puffed-up angleworm that trifled with my affections.
Oh, Costello, you're the guy that's been kicking my cousin Lena around.
Yeah.
Dragging her all the way out here from Brooklyn and then making a fool out of her. Do you realize that you've broken this little girl's little fabric and you took her tender little cabin rotor piece and put her right to the fortress of the beast. And you tore it to pieces, and finally you tramped all over the cabin reeds and put the gun in the hip and give us several part of our
I have done a lot of things in my life, but I never did that.
Don't try to kid me, Costello. I was in the living room the night you took Lena in your arms, and you put little batteries of sober right up under me. And not only did you cabin porpoise with the bed, but you put your cabin sprinkler salad with the maybe porpoise on a cabin car instead of putting about it.
Go on, tell him, Cliffy. You took the words right out of my mouth.
You ought to be glad to get rid of them.
What's the matter with you, Costello? Why do you take everything this man says and twist it?
Twist it? I can't even untwist it.
What are you talking about, Costello? After all, I just told you I saw you take Lena, and you put your arm around her little camera barber first, then you cut her rimples. Not the mint, but you put the cat of rimples over the middle orbit parts, and then all of a sudden you cram her up in the three, it was the barber, and that's it, plain, unvarnished truth.
Unvarnished? You sound like you're shellacked.
There you go, insulting the man. I can't understand you, Costello.
You can't understand me? Well, listen to him. Now, where do we we go.
Listen here. Do you realize that I got up out of a sick bed to come out here? There I was lying there with a cabin rope for centimeter. And on top of it, I had a severe case of bandit renal for the hidden.
Why didn't you try penicillin and Frankenstein's Lipopop?
Listen to that slick Clippy, trying to confuse you with double talk.
Costello, don't you know the King's English?
Yes, and I'd like to be talking to him right now.
Listen, Lena, this Costello is no good. I'm going to get you a lawyer and we'll sue him for capital, magistrate release, 400% account of border bill breast, and even little fairy marble categories, I'll say. And I'll do it, too.
And Costello, he means every word of it.
Look, Costello, I realize that I lost my head. And if you'll just apologize to Lena, I'm willing to forgive you because, as Benjamin Franklin said, he who reeks his force with the random little panic penicillin shall always be the fat with France with the midget.
Gee, that's what an education will do for you.
Well, Costello, what are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do about it?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry for what I did. I've been a fool, a cad, especially to you and Lena. And there's only one thing I can do to redeem myself. I'm going right out to the corner of Hollywood and Vine. I'm going to climb up on a soapbox in front of all my friends, in front of the whole public. I'm going to stand there and I'm going to ruble pumped and flang.
Oh, no, not that. Anything but that. Oh, let me out of here.
Abbott Costello will be back for Camel Cigarettes in just a moment. And now this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight we salute the 83rd Ohio Division, gallant veterans of Italy, France, Dusseldorf, and Magdeburg. In your honor, men of the Ohio Division, the makers of Camels are sending to your fellow servicemen overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen next Thursday when Camel again presents Abbott and Costello. Ladies and gentlemen, the war has been over for more than 3 months now, but you can't turn off the effects of a world war simply by saying it's over. Some of those effects are still with us. Wounded veterans who need medical care, crippled veterans who need artificial limbs, handicapped veterans who need special training to help them take useful places in the country they fought for.
You're right, Ken. And those men are going to be taken care of whether any of us buy bonds or not. This country isn't going to let our boys down.
Yes, Lou. But I know that every American wants to help. And the purchase of victory bonds can do just that.
And don't forget, folks, those bonds are the world's safest investment. An investment that will pay you back $4 for every 3 you put in.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. And remember, buy your victory bonds at your favorite movie theater. Good night to everybody, and Patterson, New Jersey.
Good night, Frank.
Congratulations, Mayor Philly.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you. Long before the coming of the white man,
Smoke peace pipe, great warrior.
the American Indian smoked peace pipes.
Today, any pipe is a peace pipe with Prince Albert in the bowl. For Prince Albert is as peacefully cool and stingless as it is flavorful, fragrant, and mild. A special no-bite treatment gets rid of parch and tongue bite. Crimp cut for slow, lazy burning, cooler burning. Yes, so mild and cool that more pipe smokers smoke it than any other tobacco in the world. That's Prince Albert. Man, it's made for you. Try it soon. And be sure on Saturday night to tune in the great Prince Albert radio show, Grand Ole Opry, coast to coast on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Groucho Marx on You Bet Your Life. Special guest on this program is Perry O'Brien, a 50s-era shot put star. The secret word is paper. P-A-P-E-R.
Really?
You Bet Your Life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Here he is, the one, the only...
Let's not go overboard. Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
Groucho, Sylvie St. Clair is waiting to talk to you right now. And her partner is a well-known figure from the world of sport, Mr. Perry O'Brien. So put you in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to 21. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Sylvia St. Clair and Perry O'Brien, eh? Perry, glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Groucho.
Big bruiser, huh? This is one of the finest jockeys in America. Either that or he's one of the best horses. You can figure it out yourself, huh? Now, what are you famous for, Perry?
Well, I'm a shot putter, Groucho.
Aren't you the world's champion shot putter?
Yes, that's correct.
Perry, how'd you happen to become interested in shot putting? Did you start with marbles?
Well, no, Groucho. I saw the possibility of traveling with track and field and throwing the shot put.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you get to travel much?
Yes, I sure did, Groucho.
Where'd you go?
I had the good fortune to travel in about 55 foreign countries since I started, and such countries as all through Europe and Asia, Africa, South America, and Russia.
Did you compete against the Russians?
Yes, we certainly did. I was a part of a team that went over to Russia the latter part of July to compete in the first track meet against the Russian athletes. And
how did we make out?
Well, we lost by 2 points. I think you probably read about it, 172 to 170. That's male and female point total.
Well, why did that team beat ours?
Well, they're girls.
Is it the vodka?
No, they're girls. They're a little stronger in the track and field events than our girls are. The girls in our country go along with sports like swimming and tennis and golf, some of the
more feminine ones.
That's correct, yes.
Now, you hold the world's record for the shot put. How far did you throw it?
Well, the world's record at present, Groucho, is 63 feet 2 inches.
That's the official world's record?
Yes, that will still stand until another record is put before the committee after this year's competition is over.
Well, I hold the unofficial world's record. I do. I got thrown out of an apartment not long ago, 70 feet. You like that, huh?
Yes, I don't understand it, but I feel it.
I didn't understand it either when they threw me out. And you are Sylvia St. Clair?
No, Groucho, Sylvie.
Sylvie? Where are you from, Sylvie?
I was born in...
Ireland?
In Dunkerque, in France. I was born in France.
You have a job, Sylvie?
Oui, Groucho.
No, I mean you. Do you have a job?
Yes, I have a job. I am singing. I'm a singer.
You sing? I don't hear you.
Well, I have been singing in San Francisco in a nightclub called the Gay 90.
Oh. Are you married?
No, Groucho.
You are not married. Are you interested in matrimony?
What woman is not?
What kind of a man would you like to marry?
I would like to marry a man with a sense of humor.
A sense of what?
Sense of humor.
Sense of humor?
Oui, like a...
That sounds like a ship going down the Mississippi River. Woo, sense of humor.
Yes, yes, that's right.
And what else? What other attributes?
A little money, too. I mean,
a little money?
Yes.
I mean, what do you regard as a little money?
Well, I do not count very well. It is not important that he should be very rich, just a little rich.
In other words, you want a man with a sense of humor who's rich.
Well,
what you want is a funny millionaire. How about you, big boy? You married?
No, I'm not.
You don't care if I called you big boy, huh?
No.
Suppose I called you little boy. Would you object to that?
Well, I checked your eyesight.
You mean nobody has put a chain on that iron ball that you carry around?
Not as yet.
Well, how about marrying Sylvia? She's very attractive, don't you think?
Well, I definitely agree with that. She is very attractive. However, I just met her, Groucho. Give us a little time, please.
Would you like to get married in the near future?
Well, yes, I think so.
Would 11 o'clock tonight be convenient?
That's a little short notice.
No, I don't know. Sylvia's single, attractive, charming. She hasn't got a quarter. What's the matter with marrying her?
Nothing, Groucho. Nothing's the matter with marrying her. I just...
marry her then, will you? Let's get on to something. Well, you're a charming couple, and if I were you two, I'd get married immediately. Harry, you don't have to carry her over the threshold, you know. You can throw her right in the kitchen and save time. All right, let's see how you work together as a team. You select a dictionary quiz. I'll give you the words, you give me the meanings. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000.
By the way, Groucho, any money that I may be fortunate enough to win tonight, I cannot accept under AAU regulations, so I'd like to contribute the money to charity.
Oh, you mean you're going to give it to me?
Oh, no.
Ready? What is a Mustang?
Well?
What is it?
It's a wild horse.
Well, that's a horse. I thought a Mustang was what I got here.
You have one right now.
What is a sombrero?
It's a Mexican hat.
Mexican hat dance, that's right.
You have
a hat.
2 right. Get the next 2 right, and you'll have $1,000.
What is a regatta?
Regatta is a gathering of boats for a race.
That's close enough, yeah.
You now have 3 right. You're almost there. Get this one right, and the 1,000 is yours.
What is a silo?
You know? No, me too.
A silo is a large cylindrical thing for storing grain.
That's right. You've got 4, so...
They do. They have $1,000.
You won $1,000. Well, you won $1,000. Now, you can keep it a quid, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at 5 or 10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it, and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Vive la France.
Merci, Rousseau. Au revoir.
Good night, Abner.
Groucho, we have a couple of teenagers who want to meet you now. They're Levon Fram and Charles Wheeler. So put you in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, Wheelman. Welcome to Your Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Levon Scram and Charles Wheeler, huh?
No, it's Duran.
Where are you from, Ray?
I was born in Burbank, and I've lived there ever since.
You were born where?
Burbank.
In Burbank?
Uh-huh.
Oh. How old are you, Ray? Around 43?
18.
8?
18.
Oh, 18. Levon, you go to school?
Yes, I do. I go to Glendale College.
College?
Yes.
What plans do you have for the future? Are you studying to be a well-known figure, like a car hop?
No, I plan on becoming a lawyer.
A lawyer?
Mm-hmm.
That's a worthy ambition. Why did you decide on the law? What qualifications do you have for the bar? I mean the law.
Oh, I like to argue, especially with my mother.
Oh, you argue? What do you argue about with the mater?
Just everything. Especially boys. She likes one type of boy, and I like another.
Well, it's silly for you and your mother to argue about what kind of boys you each like. You go out with the kind you like, and let her go out with the kind she likes. That's known as the Missouri Compromise. Even if it's in Burbank. Your name is Levon Fram?
No.
Charles Wheeler?
That's right, Charles Exner.
And you say your home is in Wheeling, West Virginia?
No, I was born in Hollywood, but I live in Glendale right now.
Yeah, well, your name is Charles Wheeler. That's a lot to handle. I'll just call you Chuck, huh? Does that have your official approval?
Well, no, Chuck sort of bugs me. Why don't you call me Jackson? It's more dignified.
Chuck sort of bugs you? You want to be dignified? Okay, Jackson. As far as I'm concerned, you're Solid Jackson. Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
How old are you, Solid Jackson?
15, sir.
Where'd you go to school?
I go to Hoover High School.
What are you studying in school, assuming you're studying anything?
Oh, Well, college preparatory work, math, and science.
What would you like to be when you get out of school, assuming that you ever will?
I think I'd like to be a doctor.
Doctor, eh? You could be a doctor, and she could be a lawyer. You know, that'd be very nice. You could be a doctor, you know. You marry a girl, and then she could be well for nothing. And
That's right.
She could marry a minister, and she could be good for nothing. You know, that joke is 50 years old. And from the response I got, I suspect you all knew it, huh? What does your father do, Jackson?
Oh, he's a television MC personality.
Oh, I didn't know there were any. I thought you had a shifty look when you came out here. Oh. What is his name, George Goebel or Pinky Lee?
Jackson Wheeler.
Jackson Wheeler? What kind of a show does he have?
Well, he has from 10 to 12 in the morning, Channel 11, give you the old plug. He used to have a late show.
At 10 in the morning?
Oh, wait, around 11.
Why is he on at such a peculiar hour? Is he ashamed to let people look at him?
Oh, no, it just, I don't know, it just, to each his own.
That's one of the most baffling answers I've ever heard. Do you have any girlfriends there, Solid Jackson?
Well,
in addition to this one?
Oh, yeah, but they're not swinging right now.
You mean eventually they're going to get hung? Well, what do you do when you go out on a date with one of these swinging charmers?
Well, guess you'd say you have a blast.
A blast? You mean you blow up the school?
No, sir.
What is a blast?
Well, I mean, like you have a swinging time. You hit with it, Daddy. Jive, man.
It's a whole new world we're moving into. Now, Jackson, what is your considered mature, experienced opinion of Levon, since you're a man of the world?
Well, she looks like she's a swinging chick.
What do you think of Solid Jackson here?
I think he's a very nice young man.
A very nice young man?
Yes.
You're rather cautious, aren't you? Now, Levon, this kid may be 15 in years, but he's going like a house afire. And my suggestion is grab him. Just as soon as he collects his week's allowance. Well, you're nice youngsters, and if the world of tomorrow is going to be in your hands, we've got plenty to worry about. Okay, let's play You Bet Your Life. You selected world geography. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. What is the name of the famous Mexican seaport and resort town south of Mexico City? There's only one in all of Mexico.
Acapulco.
Acapulco is right.
You now have one right.
Now, in what country would you find Lake Como?
Italy.
That's right.
You now have 2 right. Get the next 2 right, and you'll have $1,000.
What is the largest city in Africa?
Cairo.
Cairo is right. I thought that was a corn syrup.
You now have 3 right. Get the next one right, and you'll have your $1,000.
Now, I'm sure you've heard of Mandalay, but in what country is Mandalay?
Burma.
Burma. That's where they get all that stuff for shaving.
You have 4 in a row right, and you win $1,000.
Now, was that a blast? Now you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at 5 or even 10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it, and no more kissing until you come back. You hear?
All right, Groucho, will Sylvie St. Clair and Perry O'Brien come back out here, please?
Well, you've won $1,000 so far. If you decide to try for the big money and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. Now, what are you going to do?
I think we'll go on, Groucho.
Okay. Now, you understand you're going for the big money. You know you got to pick 2 numbers. 1 for 5 and 1 for 10. Now, go ahead, pick the first number for $10,000. What number do you want?
7, all right?
7 is fine. Put it up, George. Now, you pick 1 for $5,000. 3. 3? Put up 3 on the other side. If neither number comes up, the question is weight 2. Is that right? Turn the wheel.
Comme ça ou comme ça?
Comme ci, comme ça. Das macht keinen Unterschied. The orchestra just blew their brains out over there. Your numbers were 3 and 7. It landed on 3, so you've got a chance for $5,000. Are you ready?
Ready.
The 49th state is Alaska. For $5,000, what was the 48th state to be admitted to the Union? Talk it over. Oregon? What is it?
Oregon.
No, I'm sorry. Tell them. I'm sorry you missed it. The Arizona. I'm sorry you missed it. So you wind up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations.
Thank you for
and thanks for being on the show.
Thank you, Clarence.
Good luck. All right, George, bring out the next couple.
Well, let's invite Levon Thram and Charles Wheeler out here and see what they say.
Levon and Stonewall Jackson, hop out here. Now, you won $1,000. If you decide to try for the big money and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. Now, what are you going to do?
We're going to go.
You going to go?
Yes,
You
sir.
want to blast too?
Yeah.
Now, you are going for the big money. Okay, you know, you get to pick 2 numbers.
5.
5. Now, put a 5 up here for $10,000. Now, pick another number for the 5,000.
7.
7, 5, and 7. Now, one of you kids turn the wheel. Well, your numbers were 5 and 7, and it landed on 3. So this question is worth $2,000, isn't it? That right?
Yeah.
All right. You ready? In 1844, Samuel Morse sent his first telegraph message. It was from Washington to Baltimore. For $2,000, what historic words were transmitted in this first telegraph message? Talk it over. What is it? I don't know. Take a stab at
Wait a
it.
minute. It's from the Constitution of the United States or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. The time is up. What hath God wrought? That's what he said. That's what it says here. I'm sorry you missed it, so you wind up with the $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations for being with us. You bet your life.
And that's You Bet Your Life from March 16th, 1959.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Cook and their son, Mr. Rush Cook. The 2 male members of the family are seated side by side on the davenport. They look vaguely conspiratorial. Sade stands near the library table eyeing them suspiciously, and she's saying,
I never heard of anything so fishy.
You are unwontedly incredulous, Dr. Sleech.
I'll say I am. Why on earth would Goldbergs make you a present of a hat? You certainly didn't explain it satisfactorily.
You're skeptical.
I'm skeptical. Rush, did your father slip you a quarter to tell that story?
No.
Look at you laugh.
Well, innocent guys always laugh guilty when they're accused of something. Regular unwritten law.
You were walking down Center Street, huh? And right out of a clear sky, Kleberger's clerk buttonholed you?
I was walking down Center Street on my way to the jewelry store to get Gov's watch.
It was being repaired, Sade. Needed regulating and oiling.
Yes, I heard you two fellas making your arrangements this noon. Go on, Rush. You were walking down Center Street.
When I passed Kleberger's store, one of the clerks was standing in the doorway. He says, "You're the cook boy, aren't you?" I said I was. "Step inside a minute," he says. "I've got a package for your father." That's absolute truth, ma'am. Cross my heart and hope to die, eat a banana and holler hi.
Mighty darn funny.
The clerk say anything else, Ashtray?
He says, "This is a hat. Give it to your father with the compliments of Kleberger's haberdashery."
Mighty darn funny.
Oh, I see nothing strange about it.
Why should Kleberger's make you a present of a hat?
I'm a customer of long standing. Making me a present of a hat was a gesture of appreciation. Besides, I stopped by yesterday and paid my bill.
Oh, you were in there yesterday, hmm?
Well, sure I was in there yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Something in your tone of voice, Sadie, suggests that my stepping into a furnishing store to pay my bill constitutes a hideous crime.
How much was your bill?
$2.
Kleberger's were so grateful to you for paying them their $2 that they give you an $8 hat, huh?
I never seen such a suspicious person. Kleberger's know that I like wide-brimmed hats. Also, they know my wife has never permitted me to buy a wide-brimmed hat. So, doggone it, they give me a wide-brimmed hat. Like I say, I've spent a good deal of money in their store during the last 7 years.
Quit looking at me.
What you laughing so foolish about? Why is the back of your neck getting all red?
Well, everybody acts guilty when they're accused of something. I'm not in cahoots with Gov. I told the absolute truth.
I see no reason to doubt the lad.
Your father slip you a quarter?
He slipped me a quarter, but that was
he did slip you a quarter.
That was for going down to the jewelry store and getting his watch.
Oh.
The point is, kiddo, Kleberger's felt that it'd be a smart stroke of policy.
I'll tell you what the point is. In the last couple of years, you've tried stunt after stunt after stunt, attempting to get a wide-brimmed hat for yourself. You've had wide-brimmed hats sent out on approval. You've doctored up stories where you won wide-brimmed hats on a bet. You've even come home here with wide-brimmed hats you claimed you took the wrong hat off on the hook in the restaurant and some other man got yours. I've forgot 100 of the schemes you've tried. Is it any wonder I'm suspicious when you plank a wide-brimmed hat on the library table and say, Kleberger's give it to you for paying a little dinky $2 debt?
I'm afraid you're determined to make a whole...
Say I'm determined. Vic, you can't wear wide-brimmed hats. They make you look like a peeled onion.
Yes, my boy.
Uh-huh.
Hand me that hat.
Okay.
I'll place it on my head, and then ask you and your mother to take the roles of unprejudiced judges and say whether or not I look like a peeled onion.
Mom's still looking at me peculiar.
If you are innocent at heart, you needn't quail from the stares of your tormentor.
I'm not in any conspiracy with God.
Aren't you?
No.
Well, look at you laugh.
Well, anybody laugh. Human nature.
Uh-huh.
My hat is on my head, Sade. Do I look like a peeled onion?
Yes.
Oh, you say that automatically. I'm convinced that this is a very becoming lid.
What'd you pay for it?
$8. And it's what... I didn't pay anything for it. The price is $8.
Your tongue kind of slipped on you, didn't it?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Oh, it's more than ridiculous. It's childish.
Step to the telephone. Call Kleberger. Inquire if one of their clerks didn't stop Rush and give him a hat to take home to his father.
That's absolutely number one truth, Mom. Cross my heart and hope to die, eat a banana and holler hi.
I'm not doubting you, Willie.
No?
Not anymore. I'm satisfied you told exactly what happened. Kleberger's clerk did buttonhole you. You were given that funny hat to bring home. You were just the cat's paw in this scheme.
What's this now?
I was wrong about you and Rush being in cahoots. A couple of being in cahoots. Between you and Kleberger's clerk, yes. Take off that awful hat. Makes you look like a peeled onion.
Dropping for the moment this infantile controversy about whether or not Kleberger give me a free hat, let me read you a piece I clipped out of the paper. I have it here in my pocket.
I'm glad you finally decided I was innocent, Mom. Heck, I couldn't tell stories to you and get away with it. You appreciate
May I have your attention, Sade?
That thing perched up on your head makes you look like a cowboy from the Wild West show.
May I have your attention, please? Wide-brimmed hats to be popular this summer. Albert Breep, well-known Belvedere, Illinois man about town, announced at a meeting of haberdashers in Galena that there is a distinct trend toward broad brims in men's headwear. Mr. Brief is a close student of style trends, and his opinions are highly respected throughout the Middle West.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, everybody's going to look like a peeled onion. Everybody's going to wear wide-brimmed hats this summer.
You look like a peeled onion right now.
Smelly Clark's not going to stay up close to
I happen to have another clipping on this same subject. Listen to this. Gloria Golden, glamorous star of talking pictures, admires men who wear hats with generous brims. Broad brims give character to the face, she told reporters recently.
Hi-de-hi.
And still another clipping I have here for you to hear.
Lots of clippings.
K.Z. Glabbers, who resides in the southwestern part of eastern North Dakota, announces that the men in his section of the country are adopting wide-brimmed hats almost universally. Wide-brimmed hats, says Mr. Glabbers, are fashionable as well as useful. They provide fine sunshades in addition to being smart and swanky.
Mm-hmm.
So, you see?
When did you cut all that stuff out of the paper?
This morning.
Really? Quite a coincidence.
What's quite a coincidence?
Quite a coincidence that you cut pieces out of the newspaper about wide-brimmed hats in the morning, and Kleberger's store makes you a present of a wide-brimmed hat in the afternoon.
Sadie, if I had your suspicious nature...
Never mind my suspicious nature. I've added up 2 and 2 at last and got 4.
And what exactly do you mean by that, pray?
You fixed it up with the Kleberger clerk to stop Rush when he went past the store today.
Really?
Yesterday, when you paid your bill, you bought that crazy hat. You told the fella to stand in the doorway at 3 o'clock this afternoon and your son had come by. You told him to buttonhole your son and give him the hat. You told him to tell your son to tell his mother the hat was a gift from Kleberger.
That's rich, Steve. That is rich.
I heard you making arrangements with Willie at noon. What were those arrangements again, Rush?
Gov told me to go to the jewelry store and pick up his watch.
Jewelry stores on Center Street. I knew you'd have to pass Kleberger's.
By George, talk about your farfetch yours.
Wasn't something said about the time?
Gov told me to show up at the jewelry store at 3 o'clock on the dot.
Well, why'd he insist it had to be 3 o'clock on the dot?
Darn if I know.
I like stuff done systematic, Sade.
You simply told Kleberger's clerk to be standing in his doorway at 3 o'clock. Your son had come past.
You think you'll ever get me to admit any such a feeble-minded scheme?
Feeble-minded is right. I never heard of anything so transparent. After the bushels and bushels and bushels of stunts you pulled off trying to get yourself a wide-brimmed hat, did you think I'd be fooled by this one? Klebergers give you an $8 hat because they're grateful to you for paying a $2 debt. And then flashing them newspaper clippings on me. I guess it was a pretty good trick where you had the fella buttonhole Rush and all, but it just wasn't good enough.
I have nothing to say.
The hat'll have to go back.
Will it?
Yes, the hat'll have to go back. We should take it off. Makes you look like a peeled onion.
Which concludes another brief interlude. The small house halfway up the next block.
Hello, Duffy's. Where do you leave me? Deed, Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight Clifton found. Is he the guy who says what? Adam, what is your problem? No, Duffy, you're thinking of Mark Anthony. This is the guy that asked the questions on information, please. Very brainy guy. Yeah, maybe you're right at that, Duffy. What brains does it take to ask questions? Yeah. Well, anyways, we're stuck with him. Yeah. He's coming down to lecture to the Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society. Well, don't worry, Duffy. I'm writing the lecture for him, so he can't louse us up. The crowd here? The usual gang of crumbs. Yeah, but, oh, by the way, way, Moriarty just come in. He's very sore at the government. Yeah, for canceling last year's income tax. Well, you remember when he filled out his return, he chiseled so much he didn't pay nothing? Now he figures he's losing money. Yeah. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy. Okay.
Welcome to Duffy's. Come on in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Tito Gazar, Peter Van Steeden and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Clifton Fatherman, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Mr. Archie?
Yeah?
Well, what happened to the sign?
What sign, Eddie?
The watch your hats and coats sign.
There it is, only I've rephrased the words so that Clifton Fatherman will feel more at home here. Read it.
Let me see. Maintain scrutiny of thy chapeaus and hats. Nice and confusing, ain't it?
Yes, isn't it? It's a quotation from Shakespeare. Did you ever see any of Shakespeare's plays, Eddie?
One, As You Like It.
Well?
I didn't like it.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he had an off day that day.
Hello, Arch.
Well, Clifton Finnegan. Hello, Finnegan.
Arch, look at this boy of mine. A poem by Crackpot O'Toole of Fortune. Dedicated right at me personal.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. What's the poem, Finnegan?
Yeah, I'll read it to you. Some men is fools and morons, and some is even judge. But you, dear Clifton, combined them all. Nature has gave you the words. Well, the guy must really like me, huh?
Yeah, he must. You may not know it, Finnegan, but that poem is written in pure cubic centimeter.
Centimeter? You mean he's going to charge me for it?
No, Finnegan, if he charged you, you'd have to pay at least a nickel a meter. Don't forget, that's an original crackpot.
Archie?
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
Did you see my Dostoevsky?
Your what?
My Dostoevsky.
Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?
No, it's a book.
Miss Duffy, what would you be doing with a book?
Well, Clifton Fatherman's coming down here, and I don't want him to catch me not reading.
Well, naturally,
You see, if everybody stopped reading, authors would stop writing. And if authors stopped writing because nobody was reading, Mr. Fatherman, being a critic, couldn't read what authors were writing, and that would put an end to his writing about reading. And the poor man would be out of a job.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Or to put it another way, if authors write and people don't
please,
read...
Miss Duffy, I don't think I care to go around again. Dostoevsky. Whoever heard of Dostoevsky?
Oh, you probably never even heard of Shakespeare.
Miss Duffy, not alone have I heard of Shakespeare, I happen to know Bacon, the man who plagiarized him.
Who?
Sir Francis Bacon, the man who wrote every word that Shakespeare ever wrote.
Archie, do you mean to stand there and say that the greatest writer that ever wrote didn't?
Yes, I do. Shakespeare, the so-called bard of Stratford Avenue. I maintain that he is strictly a phony.
Archie, how can you say such a thing about a man who's too dead to defend himself?
Miss Duffy, you dig him up and I'll tell it to him to his face.
Well, wait a minute, Archie. Maybe we're talking about not the same Shakespeare. What was the first name of yours?
William.
Yeah, that's the one, all right.
Of course, William Randolph Shakespeare. Besides, Miss Duffy, when you talk about guys like Shakespeare, it ain't necessary to mention their first names. Everybody knows who you mean.
I differ with you.
In what respect?
How about Washington?
Miss Duffy, if I went up to a strange guy and said Washington, I'm sure the guy would know that I meant George.
Not if he was selling train tickets.
If I was buying a train ticket, I would say Washington, D.C.
Why don't you say Shakespeare, D.C.?
Because I ain't going to Shakespeare, D.C.
Why not?
Because I can't get a room. Look, Miss Duffy, I got Clifton Fadiman coming down here to read my lecture to Mrs. Piddleton and them dames, and I got a lot on my mind. Pending waiting for the arrival of Clifton Fadiman and Mrs. Piddleton and Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society, you'll be simply enchanted to know that we will now hear a song by Mr. Tito Gazar, Mexico's answer to the Andrews sisters. What is the song, Tito?
I will sing that beautiful song entitled Si Bonet.
Well, that's your own prerogative. Go ahead and sing it. Ladies, will please walk.
Si Bonet de mi sueño, si no oyes la queja de mi voz. Si Bonet. Si Bonet, yo te quiero, yo me muero por tu amor. Ven aquí, te quiero y que todo tesoro eres tú para mí. Si Bonet. Al arrullo de tu palma pienso en ti. Si Bonet,
show.
Say, Mr. Artie, did that Mr. Fetterman drink coffee?
Coffee? I guess so. Eddie, why?
Well, we're running a little short.
Well, add some chicory to what you got.
Okay. But chicory added to chicory is going to taste a little like...
Well, he'd probably be reading a book anyway. He won't notice it.
Oh, Archie, dear boy.
Well, Mrs. Pendleton, how are you? You're looking great.
Archie, you know I look a fright.
All right. What makes you look like such a fright?
Oh, I've had a terrible experience. Terrible. I had to come down here by subway.
Good gracious. The subway? How ghastly.
Well, there was no alternative. You see, my limousine is hors de combat.
Yeah, what year?
Hors de combat, Archie, a French expression, out of action.
Oh, you mean like OPA?
OPA?
An American expression. Out of gas. That subway must be simply livid for one to ride in, huh?
Oh, yes. One encounters such a bourgeois class of society.
Oh, simply bourgeois, yeah. Makes one sorry one went to the trouble of ducking under the turnstile.
Archie, then you have been in the subway.
Only in London. Of course, over there we refer to it as the lift. But so much for conversation. I'm glad to see you.
Well, it's a delight to be here again. The same, except for Mr. Duffy. He seems to have aged considerably.
Mrs. Pendleton, that's the moose head you're looking at.
Moose head? Oh, Archie, I'm afraid you'll have to remove it.
Why?
My doctor's orders. I'm allergic to stuffed animals. Oh, yes, Mrs. Gribb. We're waiting for you and Mrs. Allen. Well, Mr. Fadiman isn't here yet. Clifton Fadiman. Oh, my dear, I can't help it. There's a moose here, and it does something to my hay fever. I should do what? It already has been shot. Oh, yes, he's thinking tonight on literature. Don't know, Dr. Booth. Clifton Fadiman. Well, we'll wait for you, darling. Goodbye.
Hello? Oh, well, thank you. Mrs. Pendleton, the operator says Gesundheit. Eddie, take Mrs. Pendleton into the kitchen. There she won't smell the moose.
I see what you mean.
What, Miss Duffy?
Is that Mr. Fadiman coming in?
Oh, sure. Clifton Fadiman. Well, if it ain't the old pal Clifton Fadiman. Well, you tip old boy,
I'm looking for someone named Archie.
Just a minute. I'm Archie. You had the pleasure of meeting me just a short nonce ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm wearing my wife's glasses.
Your wife's glasses? Oh, that's different. I can't expect your wife to know me. By the way, Mr. Fadiman, this is Miss Duffy.
Plaza 59970.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're always asking questions, so I thought I'd give you the answer first.
Miss Duffy, Mr. Fadiman is an intellectual. He don't go out with dames.
Well, that intellectual I ain't. In fact, when it comes to dames, my taste is positively lowbrow.
Plaza 599.
please, Miss Duffy. Mr. Fetterman just came here, Kip. Kip, by the way, speaking of books...
Who was?
I was. Speaking of books, did you ever read any of the works of the famous poet and forger, Crackpot O'Toole?
O'Toole. What sort of things does he write?
Mostly sonnets and bum checks. That's him over there tilting the pinball machine. Hey, Crackpot. Yeah, Crackpot, come here. Clifton Fetterman, meet Crackpot O'Toole. Crackpot, meet Clifton Fetterman. You two guys should have a lot in common.
Oh, you're a forger, Mr. Fetterman?
Crackpot, Mr. Fetterman is from information, please. Yes, you'll pardon Crackpot's ignorancy. He's been upstate up the river, Osling.
Oh, you mean in the clink?
In the clink, yeah, in a manner of speaking, yes. We can talk about it, can't we, Crackpot?
Why not? It was nothing. Only a few years for forgery. I made a little innocent mistake when I signed a check. I put 2 T's in Vanderbilt. The whole thing was laughable.
Someday, if you get a chance, I'd like you to get a look at Crackpot's adaptation of Shakespeare.
Crackpot? You rewrote Shakespeare?
Yep.
I rewrote 23 of his plays. How long did it take you? 23 minutes.
23 minutes, Crackpot? I bet you Shakespeare himself didn't even write it that fast.
Well, after all, Arch, I got an edge on the guy. I'm ambidextrous.
What's that?
Two-handed dexterous. I can write with both hands.
Mr. Fetterman, couldn't you use Crackpot on information, please, sometime?
But, Archie, we have a poetry expert, John Kieran.
Granted, but suppose you ask Kieran to quote you something, say, from Lord Byron. Could he do it?
Of course. He could quote whole stanzas. Could Crackpot do that?
Not alone could Crackpot quote whole stanzas, he could give you the whole poem in Byron's own handwriting.
Thanks, Arch.
Okay, Crackpot.
Doctor.
Yeah?
Middleton wants to know when the lecture's gonna start.
Oh, any minute, Eddie. Go over and talk to her. Keep her happy. Say.
I've been talking to her. I say Gesundheit, she said thank you. I say Gesundheit, she said thank you. I say Gesundheit, she said thank you. It's pretty monotonous conversation.
Well, talk to her anyways. Are you ready for the lecture, Mr. Fetterman?
All ready.
Okay, you ready, Danny?
Ready. Ladies and gentlemen.
Just a second, Mr. Fetterman. What's right is right. Danny started first. Besides, you ain't studied the lecture that I wrote for you.
You wrote a lecture for me?
You seem amazed. I'll go over it with you in a minute. Get started, huh?
Archie, did I hear you correctly? You wrote a lecture for me?
That's right.
and you expect me to read it?
Don't worry, there ain't many big words. And what ones there is, I wrote out in capital type. Here it is.
But I brought my own lecture.
Your own lecture? Look, Batman, suppose you was in my spot. Would you let every Tom, Dick, and Harry come in off the street and read his own stuff? How do I know it's clean? How do I know it makes sense?
Well, I was just going to talk about the rudimentary forms of iambic pentameter.
You see? Listen, in this business, we got to protect ourselves.
Well, all right, I'll read your speech, but there's one thing.
What?
If I get fired from information, please, can I eat here?
That I wouldn't advise. Now, please, leave us get going, huh?
Oh, Artie! Artie, when is the lecture going to start?
Any minute, Mrs. Middleton. Mrs. P. This is Clifton Fadiman.
Oh, Mr. Fadiman, I want you to know how seriously happy it makes us girls to have a man like you talk to us.
Mrs. Middleton. These days, it makes girls deliriously happy if any man talks to them. Leave us get on with the lecture, huh? Trumpets, please. Thank you. Your man is improving, Mr. Van Steeden. Thank you. Ladies, I introduce a man who needs no introduction. So, without further introducing him, I present you Mr. Clifton Fadiman. A lecture, Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, one and all. Ladies of the Lord Byron Ladies Literary Society, my subject for tonight is contemporary literature. I will discuss contemporary literature from literature in the Middle Ages to books for children. Literature is divided into three parts: fiction, non-fiction, and... Archie, where's the third part?
I couldn't think of it. I went nuts. One.
Literature was started by the cavemen who used to chop out stories in stone with an axe, hence the term axe writer. This, however, was very hard on the circulating libraries, as people got tired carrying home them stone books. Besides, many times the stones would fall on the author, crushing him, hence the expression, fault writer. This led to the invention of sheepskin, which up till then had only been used for diplomas. Literature has gave birth to more writers than any other profession. Namely, among whom are Shakespeare, Bacon, Dickens, and Sir Walter Lipton. Among the French writers are Voltaire, Charlemagne, and Francho Trone. Say, Archie, you left out Mademoiselle from Marmont's
That's a different kind of literature.
Now, among the American writers is also a great assortment of literary authors. Just as music has its three B's, Bach, and Beethoven, American literature has its three O's, O'Neill, Odette, and O'Toole. fiction writers, among who is Tolstoy, Rimsky-Korsakov, Dostoevsky, and the greatest Russian of them all. Oh, I can't, Artie.
Go ahead, Fetterman.
Ivanhoe. Archie, I can't go on with it. My reputation will be ruined. Ladies, the lecture is over. I thank you.
Oh, Mr. Fetterman.
Yes, Mrs. Middleton.
I've heard you speak many times. I've read every word you've ever written. Your books, your reviews in the New Yorker magazine.
Yes?
And there's one thing I want to tell you. In my personal opinion, this is the first time you've ever made sense.
Duffy's for the evening, but let's all meet again at Duffy's next week when our guest will be Monty Wood. Remember,
Duffy's where you late date. Yeah, Duffy, next week, Monty Woolley. Yeah, the guy with the beard. Huh? The hot weather? Don't worry, Duffy. Nature takes care of them things. In the summer, he's shed.
On the whole, Chester A. Riley is a happy man. He's got a good wife, 2 fine children, a pleasant little home, and a job. But there's a fly in the ointment, a human fly by the name of Gus Hawkins, the foreman at the plant where Riley's employed. For instance, last Monday...
Riley!
Yes, boss. Yes, Mr. Hawkins.
Ain't you through with that drill press yet? Hurry it up.
Yes, sir.
And when you're through, I want you to fix that cutting machine and then clean the machine shop and then...
Now, wait a minute, Hawkins. What am I, a horse?
Oh. So you don't like this job, eh?
Oh, no. Believe me, I'm a very happy horse.
Then on Tuesday...
Riley.
Yes, boss. Yes, Mr. Hawkins.
Look what you did to this machine. Why, you haven't got the brains of a 3-year-old.
I have so.
And then on Wednesday...
Hey, Riley, quick, here comes the foreman. Hide my cigar. But Gillis, wait, don't give me that cigar. What'll I do with it?
Riley.
Yes, boss. Yes, Mr. Hawkins.
Smoking on the job again, eh?
No, I wasn't smoking.
Don't lie. I saw you hide that cigar.
No, I didn't hide no cigar.
You didn't, eh? Then why are your pants on fire?
And now it's Thursday morning, and we find Riley at the breakfast table pouring out his troubles to the family.
Nag. That's all that Hawkins does, always picking on me.
Daddy, why don't you tell this Mr. Hawkins off?
I did tell him. Hawkins, I said, you can't treat me like this. I'm a human being. And he said, prove it. He had me there. After all, I can't carry my birth certificate to work.
Well, why don't you just bust him in the nose, Pop?
Junior, a gentleman don't bust another gentleman in the nose. Especially when the other gentleman happens to be the heavyweight champion of the riveting department.
Your father's right, Junior. In a case like this, it's always best to use diplomacy.
That's right. And where I come from, diplomacy means only one thing. Wait for a dark night with a rock in each hand.
Right. But you know you don't mean that.
Well, no, I don't. But I got to do something about that foreman. He's the one who's holding me back at the plant. For 5 years, I've been butting my head up against a stone wall. And I ain't even made a dent in it.
Well, why don't you try being pleasant to Hawkins for a change? Then maybe he'll be nice to you.
But, gee, I never thought of that.
Well, try it once. Can't do any harm.
Well, yeah, what'll I say?
Well, you know what to say. Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. Isn't it a lovely day?
Yeah, lovely day.
Telling you want to get ahead in the plan.
Ahead in the plan?
And you don't see the point in not being friends. So why not bury the hatchet?
Bury the hatchet. That's it. The minute I get to the plant, I'm going to stop being myself and start being pleasant. So that's the plan, Gillis.
You know, personally, Riley, I don't think your wife's idea is
There's no harm in trying. Here comes the foreman.
Oh, Riley.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. Ain't it a lovely day? Speaking as a friend, I'd love to bury the hatchet in your pointy head. What? Oh, excuse me. I meant to say...
I heard you. And I'm glad you spoke your mind. And I was going to promote you to the machine shop. Well, from now on, you'll rot in the riveting department.
But Mr. Hawkins, wait, I didn't mean to... Oh, gosh, Gillis, now I done it.
Yeah, well, look on the bright side. So he ain't going to promote you. At least he's going to let you rot.
I was only trying to be friends.
Oh, friendship. It can only lead to trouble. Look at me and my wife. We was friends once. Then we got married.
Now I'll never get anywhere, not with that Hawkins around.
Of course you won't. Riley, my friend, in this land of equal opportunity, there's only one way to get ahead. Marry the boss's daughter.
But I always believed a man should marry for love.
Well, you can love money, can't you? Oh, lunch. Come on, Riley. Let's eat over behind the tool shed where the wind can't blow the cards out of our hands.
Hey, look, Gillis. Look what's here on the bulletin board.
Riley, this is no time to read. It's our lunch hour. Read on the company's time.
Now, wait a minute. This is interesting. For some time, this company has been planning to establish its own rubber research station in Santo Domingo in the interior of South America. Wanted immediately an employee with a sense of daring and adventure and the ability to undergo a few minor hardships for 6 months to supervise construction of a landing field. Applied to C.J. Stevenson, president.
Oh, for the love of Mike. Are they starting that stuff again? For years, they've been sending guys down into that jungle.
They have?
Sure. Stevenson don't like to talk about it. Nobody ever comes back.
Oh, you're kidding, Gillis.
Okay, so a couple of guys come back. There was one guy who was in that jungle all by himself for 6 whole months. Then he come home.
Yeah, well, how was it? What did he say?
They never found out. He forgot how to talk.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Oh, it's murder down there in that jungle. That burning sun beating down on you day after day, the sweat pouring off you by the gallon. You know what that does to the human body?
I guess you lose a little weight.
Little? Say, do you know Fatso McGillicuddy?
No.
Well, Fatso was a guy weighed 250 pounds. He volunteered. 6 months later, Fatso comes back. See, that's him over there by the water cooler. Hi, Skinny.
What you doing? Holy smoke. There's nothing left of him. Oh, it can't be. What are you trying to hand me? I've been around here 5 years. I never heard anything like that.
Oh, you never heard. Stevenson's keeping it quiet. But I got my ear to the ground, and I pick up plenty of bait.
Gee, that jungle must be awful, with them monsoons and carrying tortillas.
Yeah, and all night long, the natives beating on that drum. Boom, 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 boom. Can you imagine? 1,000 team croupers?
Gee, I wouldn't wish that job on my worst enemy if I... Oh, Gillis.
What's the matter, Ray?
Quiet, I'm thinking.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking, too.
Gillis, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
If you're thinking what I'm thinking.
I only hope the foreman ain't thinking we're thinking what we're thinking. Gillis, lend me a pencil.
Now, remember, Riley, you got to be clever about this.
Leave that to me.
Well, here's a pencil. I already wetted the point.
Let's see. Dear Mr. Stevenson, as a loyal employee, I wish to state that my beloved foreman, Gus Hawkins, wishes to volunteer for the South American job. But he is too bashful to speak up. As his friend, I am speaking up for him. And I hope you take advantage of this tip. Believe me, if anybody deserves this, he does. Yours with love, Chester A. Riley. You sent for me, Mr. Stevenson?
Riley, I want to thank you for that note you sent me about hockey.
He's going, Mr. Stevenson? He's going?
Oh, yes, he's going. Oh, but you were right about him. I have never seen anybody so bashful. Kept trying to change the subject. Why, I practically had to order him to go.
Well, that's fine as long as he's going. Good old Hawkins. Little does he know what I done for him.
Oh, he knows all right. I showed him your note, and he rushed right out looking for you.
Hey, Ted, how soon is he leaving?
Well, there's still a few things I have to talk over with him.
Listen, he's the man for the job. You won't regret it. After all, what kind of a man do you need for this job? A guy with plenty of muscle and no brains.
That's true.
A guy without imagination.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of a guy, if he went away from the plant for 6 months, you wouldn't even know he was gone.
Riley, I've just had another thought.
So I'm going to South America.
Riley, what are you saying?
Oh, Pop, you're kidding.
Stop joking, Daddy.
It's no joke. I'm sailing Saturday. I don't want to go, but I got it.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Mr. Stevenson may be the boss, but he can't order you to South America.
He didn't order me. I volunteered.
You offered to go?
Well, it was his idea, and he talked me into it. You know me. I ain't got a mind of my own, so I use anybody's.
But what about us, Riley? You'll be gone for 6 months. Oh, we'll miss you awfully, Daddy, dear. Especially Sundays. Who'll sit at the head of the table and carve the roast? Yes. Who will I turn to if things go wrong?
Who'll put out the garbage?
Thanks, son.
Riley, you just can't go.
But I can't back out now.
Why do they have to pick on you, Daddy?
Well, Pop, you always said you were a key man. You said they couldn't build a single plane without you.
And they can't. They'll find that out. Wait till they start inspecting them planes and they find out a certain nut is missing. They'll start yelling for me.
But if you're so indispensable, then put your foot down. You tell Stevenson you're not going.
I can't, Peg. I just can't. Look on the bright side. It's only 6 months. It's my big opportunity. It may mean promotion. I'll be able to do things for you and the kids. Babs can go to college. That's it. And when Junior gets out of high school, he'll join her there.
Oh, Daddy, we don't care about that. We'd rather have you with us.
That's right, Pop. We want you.
Oh, why am I so lovable?
So you march right back to Mr. Stevenson and tell him you absolutely refuse to go.
Peg, are you ordering me to go to Stevenson?
No, you're volunteering.
So that's the situation, Mr. Stevenson. I can't go.
You can't go? Nonsense.
No, I really can't go.
Well, I've made all the arrangements. I booked your passage. Oh, I'm disappointed in you, Riley. I thought you had loyalty to the firm.
Well, you know I'm loyal. Every time I quit here to work somewhere else and they fired me, didn't I always come back here?
You call it loyalty to volunteer for a job and then withdraw.
I know, but a jungle.
Oh, that's it. You're afraid. Has somebody been filling your head with a lot of stories about the burning sun and the giant mosquitoes and the hostile natives?
Well, no. Why should I be afraid of the burning sun or giant mosquitoes or hostile natives? After all, for the last 5 summers, ain't I been going to Ocean Park?
Fine, then it's all settled.
Well, but, boss...
You'll feel differently once you get underway.
Believe me, boss, if it was up to me, I'd go in a flash. But my wife and kids, they just won't hear of it.
Oh, the family. Is that all? Let me have a little talk with them tonight.
Well, okay, boss, but it won't do any good. They won't hear of my going. It's breaking their hearts. You see, I ain't like other fathers. They treat me just like one of the family.
What's the matter, Mom? You look worried.
Children, I've been thinking, maybe we haven't been fair to your father about this job in South America. Why, what do you mean, Mother? Well, I mean the way we've been objecting to it going.
Well, gosh, Mom, you want Pop to go?
Oh, no, of course not. Why, we'll miss him terrible. But, well, This may be the big opportunity he's been waiting for. That's true. It's the first time the company's taken any interest in Daddy. And I don't think it's fair to stand in his way. And he seems to set on it. So if he brings the subject up again, let's all pretend we're glad he's going. I think you're right, Mother. Now, you understand, Junior? We won't let on how we really feel.
Okay, Mom. Gosh, it's funny to think of Pop going to South America.
Well, I have to teach him some Spanish.
Can you imagine Pop speaking Spanish with a Brooklyn accent?
I bet if Daddy goes to a bullfight down there, he'll yell more to the bum. Sam.
Now, you just let me talk to them, Riley.
Well, okay, boss, but it's no use. They won't let me go. Why, right now, they're in there crying their eyes out.
Did you say they were crying?
Well, why, they're hysterical. You just come in and ask them.
Oh, Riley, I didn't hear you. Oh, hello, Mr. Stevenson.
Good evening, Mrs. Riley.
Good evening, Mr. Stevenson.
Peg, I want you to tell Mr. Stevenson how you feel about me going to South America.
Well,
now, come on, Dumpling, the truth now. I insist.
Well, I think it's the most wonderful opportunity.
You hear that, boss? She thinks it's the most wonderful... Peg, what are you saying?
Now, don't you worry about the children and I. We won't...
Wait a minute, Peg. Let the children speak for themselves. Beds, what do you say?
Oh, Daddy, it's the chance of a lifetime.
Beds, what do you say?
Oh, you see, Riley, and you were worried. Now, I'll have your
Wait a
boat
minute,
tickets
Mr. Stevenson. Junior's a member of this family, too. He's got a right to speak. Junior, please, what do you say?
South America, take him away.
Well, Riley tried to get rid of his nagging foreman by maneuvering him into a 6-month job in the jungle. Misery. But for Riley's sake, the family is pretending they're glad he's going. Right now, Peg and the children are packing for him.
Here's Pop's shirts, Mom.
And here's his socks and a Spanish dictionary. Good. Now, hurry up and clear out the rest of the drawers.
Fine thing. Hurry up, she says. My family can't wait to get rid of me.
Oh, no, Pop.
Daddy, what a thing to say. Don't be silly, dear. But after all, you're sailing tonight.
That's no excuse. You just can't wait to see me go.
Oh, that's nonsense.
No, it ain't. You even told Stevenson. Why did you do it?
But Riley, don't you want to go to South America?
Who wants to go and live in a jungle? Don't you know there's headhunters down there? And they ain't particular what kind of head it is.
But, Riley, we thought... You said this was your big opportunity. Why, that's why I fibbed to Mr. Stevenson. We only pretended. You said you wanted to go, so I decided to let you have your own way.
My own way? After 17 years of marriage, you picked a fine time to stop. Now I'm trapped.
Oh, why didn't you speak up before, Daddy? Oh, well, let's unpack, children.
No, don't unpack. I gotta go through with this.
But why? Just tell your boss that you can't.
I can't. I backed out once already. He'll get sore, and my old job's filled. I'll get fired.
Let him fire you, Daddy.
But I'm getting $77.50 a week.
Well, so what? You can get another job, Pop. Well, they'll pay you what you're worth.
No, we couldn't live on that.
Go on, Riley. Now phone Mr. Stevenson.
No, I can't. It ain't only the job. It's the boys at the plant. They gave me a farewell shower. With speeches and a going-away present. If I back out now, they'll think I'm a coward. So far, I'm the only one that knows it.
But, Riley...
It's no use, Peg. My head's made up. I'll just have to go to South America.
Oh, I wish I knew the right thing to do.
It's no use. I wouldn't do it. I gotta go down to the Santo Domingo consulate and get my visa.
Riley, I could go to Mr. Stevenson.
No. I absolutely forbid it. I got myself into this, and I'm facing it with my own face. Even if it is an ugly mess. What a mess. Oh, what a mess. This is one hole I'll never get out of.
Oh, there, Riley.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Oh, hello, Digger. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I've been swimming at the public pool with my club. The UEPLSS.
UEPLSS?
Yes, the Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Life Saving Society. In the summer, we save lives at the beach. It's a change from the usual routine.
Say, a club like that does a lot of good.
Oh, that's the basis of our motto. I quote, "The good that you do unto people will come back to you in the end." And so will the people. But Riley, my friend, you seem troubled.
Oh, Digger, it's terrible. I got a new job way down in the jungle in South America.
Oh, why bury yourself in South America? I know lots of openings right here in town.
Well, my company needs a man in the jungle.
Ah, the jungle. A deadly cobra with fangs bared, ready to strike. A ferocious leopard with dripping jaws ready to pounce. A gigantic gorilla with hairy arms ready to crush. I adore those Tarzan pictures. They're so gay. Riley, you better learn to speak Spanish.
Well, Babs has been giving me some lessons. Buenos dias, that's good day. Hasta la visitor, that's see you around. CC, that's okay. Arriba, that means down. And Bajo, that means up.
No, Riley. Arriba is up. Bajo is down.
No, you're wrong. Bajo is up.
No. Bajo is down. Believe me, I know how to say down in 7 languages.
Bajo is down? I always get those two mixed up. Well, I gotta go get my visa now, way downtown. Like you say in Spanish, I gotta go Arriba town. No, I mean Bajo town. Bajo is down.
Adios, amigo mío. I'd better be shoveling off.
Riley, Senor Riley.
Yeah, that's me, Chester Riley, Senor.
Senor Riley, your passport and papers, they are all in order. And it is with pleasure I issue to you this visa. My countrymen in Santo Domingo will show you every custom.
Si.
You speak Spanish?
Si. Perfect. In your language, Bajo your country.
What?
Bajo your country. Adios.
Bajo Santo Domingo. Down with Santo Domingo. Gautier.
Si, senor.
You hear he say down with our country. The insult. Cancel the visa. Call Senor Stevenson. Much better for the good neighbor policy. Senor Riley, stay home.
All set, Pop. All your suitcases are in the taxi.
Thanks, son.
Daddy, you forgot to pack your son's helmet.
Oh, yeah. It was sweet of the boys to give me this going-away present. Beautiful, ain't it? That's a very thoughtful inscription. Good luck and good health. All spelled out with malaria pills.
Riley, dear, it's getting late. The boat...
Yeah, I'd better be going.
Riley, are you sure you don't want us to go to the dock with you?
No, you stay here. It's much easier parting this way.
Pop, the taxi's waiting.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, sweet wife. And, listen, in case I don't come back...
Oh, Riley, don't talk like that. You'll come back.
Yeah, but just in case I don't, you're still young. You'll be lonely. You should have someone to take my place, so go live with your mother.
Oh, Daddy. Daddy, you'll be all right. We'll pray for you.
So will I. Goodbye, Babsy. Keep an eye on Junior. Junior, keep an eye on Babs. And when she's entertaining boyfriends in the living room, don't peek through the keyhole.
I won't, Pop.
In my closet, you'll find my homemade periscope that looks over the transom. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. In 6 months, we'll be standing right here, waiting for you.
Take care of yourself, Dumpling. And take care of our 2 little chicks. That's the law of nature. When the rooster's away, it's up to the old hen. Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye, dear.
Shut the door. Don't look at me, and I won't look back.
Riley!
Mr. Stevenson, you come to see me off.
See you off? You're not going. They've canceled your visa.
Boss, You mean you ain't sending me?
I'm sending Hawkins. Bajo your country.
I ain't going, boss. Oh, bless you. And like they say in Spanish, bajo is Mr. Stevens. Peg, I've come home. Did you miss me?
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog Islam, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the plot gets considerably thicker as more chapters of the mysterious case of Evelyn Ermyntrude by the Phantom Author continue to arrive at the Edwards and Edwards Publishing Company. The last strange act was the simultaneous disappearance of Abner and heroine Ermyntrude. However, the last notice from the Phantom Author stated that he would reveal all if Lum would be in his store tonight at midnight. As we look in on a little community today, it's approaching the midnight hour. We find a worried and puzzled Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Cedric is with him. Listen.
What time is it, Cedric? Well, I just got through telling you about 2 seconds ago, Mr. Lum. Oh, I reckon I never heard you. What time did you say it was? Oh, forget now. I'll have to look at my watch again. Say, Cedric, I wish you'd take that ghost outfit and hang it somewhere else. Every time I look at it hanging up in the corner there, I think it's a real live ghost. Well, I sort of like it back there. Seems friendly. It's exactly 3 minutes till 12, Mr. Lum. 3 minutes, huh? Reckon that Phantom Author will get here right smack at midnight? Well, that's what he said in the note he threw through our window yesterday. Said he'd be here and reveal everything. Well, I sure hope he gets here so I can find out what happened to Evelyn Ermyntrude. Well, I don't care nothing about her. Who I want to find out about's Abner. Granny, if that Phantom feller did any harm to Abner, I'm going to hit him right on top of the head and then tear him limb from limb. Are you going to tell him to bring back the clock and your money? No, I don't care about losing the money. Abner's the important thing right now. Where'd you put them clubs, Cedric? Right there, leaning up against the counter there. Oh, yeah. Might need them. Well, that baseball bat's for me now. All right. No telling how big and tough this Phantom Author might be. Hey, Mr. Lum, don't you reckon we ought to have more light in here so we can get a good look at him whenever he comes in? No, if we turn all the lights on, somebody's liable to wake up and see him, and then he'll get curious and want to know what's going on, and first thing we know, there'll be a big crowd of people out there in front. And if the Phantom sees a big crowd, he might not come in then. Well, I sure like to find out about Evelyn Ermyntrude. Reckon what happened to her when she fell through that hole in the floor in the story? I don't know, and I don't care. Was sort of curious about her stepmama being missing from her bed, weren't it? I reckon so, Cedric. What time is it now? Just a minute, I'll look at my watch. Uh-oh. Look here, Mr. Lum. Front door's opening. Oh, my goodness. Quick, Cedric, grab them clubs. Hurry up, hand me one of them. Fistball, get ready now. Here he comes. And he's look there. He's wearing a mask. What, you want me to hit him now? No, not yet. Just stop where you are, Phantom Author, and take your mask off, or we'll hit you right on top of the head.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll take it off. Don't hit me, Lum. Wait a minute now. I'll get it off. There. Yeah, it's off now.
Well, for the land's sakes. Mousy Gray.
Yes, sir. Are you surprised, Lum?
Where's the Phantom Author? He's the feller I want to see.
Oh, well, I'm the Phantom Author, Cedric.
Just a minute, Mousy. You can't be the Phantom Author because his name's Yarg Nilewell.
Yes, sir, I can too, Lum, because, see, Yarg Nilewell, why, that's just my name turned around backwards. See, Yarg is Gray spelled backwards. Y-A-R-G is Yarg, and G-A-R-Y is Gray. And Nilewell is Blue Ellum spelled backwards.
In my granny's it is, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
I still can't believe it, though. Mousy, you can't be the Phantom Author.
Yes, sir. Honest I am, Lum. Honest.
Well,
and
all
true.
right. I see you prove it. Tell me whereabouts Abner's at.
Oh, why, he's right outside. Come on in, Abner.
Outside? Is he all right?
Well, howdy, Lum. Cedric?
Abner, speak to me. Are you hurt?
Why, no, I'm all right. Feel fine. Never felt better in my life.
Say, Mr. Abner, how did you disappear yesterday? Was that done by magic somewhere?
Why, no. No, there weren't no magic to it, Cedric. See, whilst you and Lum was reading that story, why, I just went out and back to see if I could find that clock of ours hid out there under that loading platform or somewhere.
Did you find it?
No, but I found Mousy, and he told me what he's up to and all, so I decided to help out with his plan and play like I disappeared, sort of mysterious.
I'll be John Brown.
Yeah, wasn't that a good one?
You mean you delivered John up with Mousy and this nonsense and let me worry myself half sick to death about you?
Well, I never aimed for you to worry, Lum, but see, it was part of the plan, part of Mousy's plan, that is.
Well, just exactly what is this big plan? That's what I want to know.
Well, it isn't really my plan, Lum. It was, well, Gussie was the one that thought it up.
Gussie?
Yes, sir.
What's she got to do with all this?
Well, she had me do all these things to get you interested in my novel, The Mysterious Case of Evelyn Ermintrude. That was the idea for it.
Well, if that don't beat the bugs of fighting.
See, I kept bringing my poems and the things that I'd write in for you to look at, Lum, and you wouldn't look at none of it, so Gussie figured that we'd get you to read this, why, then maybe you'd get interested in it and buy it and publish it, so that's why we did it.
Granny, that outcaps anything I ever heard before in my whole life.
Yes, sir.
Well, what happened to Evelyn Ermintrude? Hush up, Cedric.
Lum, that weren't no ghost I seen in the store the other night after all. That was just Mousy here.
Yeah, I done figured that out myself.
Well, the ghost was Gussie's idea, too. She made that whole costume by herself, sewed the whole thing together.
Well, was it her idea to throw a rock through our window yesterday?
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, Lum. I thought the window was open when I threw it. I didn't mean to break the window glass out for
Well,
you.
you're going to pay for breaking it. I can tell you that right now.
Yes, sir. Well, I will, Lum. I'll pay.
Just a minute. Here's another thing. Mousy, you and Gussie are under arrest for robbing our store.
Well, wait a minute now, Lum. Don't go too fast now. He never robbed us. Mousy never.
Our money's gone, ain't it?
Well, yeah, but see, Mousy never knowed about us putting that money in the clock. Fact is, the money's still all inside the clock. He never taken a nickel of it.
How do you know?
Well, he told me, and I believed him.
Well, whereabouts is the clock then?
Why, it's back at the counter over. It's hid under some potato sacks. It never was out of the store even.
For goodness sake.
No, sir.
Well, what happened to Evelyn Ermintrude, huh? What happened to her?
Well, I'll tell you, Cedric. Mousy let me read the last chapter. I wanted to find out myself. You see, when Evelyn... Wait a minute. Where are you going, Lum?
I'm going home and get some sleep.
Huh?
I ain't hardly had no sleep for the last 2 nights.
Well, wait a minute. Don't you want to hear what happened to Evelyn Ermintrude?
No, I don't. What's more, I hope I never hear her name mentioned again as long as I live.
Oh, Lum.
What did happen to her?
Oh, well, good. Well, you recollect she fell through a hole in the floor and disappeared?
Yeah.
Well, see, that was a sort of a trap door in the floor there, and it had a spring on it that when they pushed this button, why, the trap door sprung, and that trap door led down into some sort of a cellar or something, weren't it, Mousy?
It was a secret dungeon, is what it was, Abner.
Yeah, that's right, dungeon. I couldn't think of that name. And see, down in that dungeon, why, there was a bunch of ferocious lions down in there.
Oh, my goodness.
But she was too smart for him, Evelyn was. See, she used to go with a feller one time that was a lion tamer, and she recollected how he tamed lions. He'd told her how he tamed them, so she just stared them right square in the eye, looked right at them, and they was afeard of her.
Through half-closed eyelids, huh?
Yeah, I believe it was, wasn't it, Mousy?
Yes, sir, that's what it said, through half-closed eyelids.
Well, what happened to Evelyn Ermintrude?
Well, that's who I'm talking about, Cedric. So next, why, she climbed out of the dungeon and, Then she went up to that there forbidden room that she's always going in. And in there, why, she seen her stepmama, and her stepmama was just taking off a ghost outfit.
She was the ghost, huh?
Yeah.
The one with the long claw-like hand.
Yeah, that was her. And then Evelyn seen her take an insurance policy out of a secret panel. It was $1 million policy that Evelyn's uncle had bought for her.
Man, he's $1 million.
Yeah, you see, her stepmama had been aiming on getting shut of Evelyn and collecting the insurance money.
That snake in the weeds.
Oh, she was bad in it.
Did she have anything to do with the step-papa and the butler and the maid getting murdered?
Yeah, she didn't want to divide the money up with the steppapa, so she poisoned him, and the butler and the maid seen her do it, so she had to get shut of them, too.
Just as I figured.
Well.
Just as I had it figured out. What did Evelyn do when she seen her stepmama in the forbidden room?
Why, she didn't have to do nothing, 'cause, see, one of the lions had followed Evelyn up the stairs, and she seen the lion seen her stepmama and ate her. And then Evelyn married the lion tamer, and they lived happy ever after and raised lions.
Good for them. Good for Evelyn.
Well, Lum, there it is. Do you want to publish it for me, the mysterious case of Evelyn Ermintrude in a book?
No, Mousy, 1,000 times no.
Well.
I've had all the trouble I want out of that story. Come on, Abner, let's go home and get to bed.
Just a minute, Lum. I wish you'd stay here till I can phone Gussie and have her come over here and get me.
Well, we can't wait for that, Mousy. We got to get some sleep.
Yeah.
Look there, it's after midnight already.
Well, then, will you fellas take me home?
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mousy. What are you so worried about? A fellow that writes mystery stories and calls himself the Phantom Author oughtn't to be worried about walking home by himself.
Well, you see, Lum, I'm not really the Phantom Author.
You ain't?
No, sir.
Well, who is then?
Gussie. She writes all this stuff, and honest, it just scares me to death.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. Well, it's New Year's Eve, and our friend Andrew H. Brown hopes to go out on a big date with the very attractive Amethyst Dunbar. His one great problem is finding a tuxedo, and after scouring the whole town without success, things look bad for Andy. At the moment, he is telling his troubles to Amos.
So you couldn't find a tuxedo in the whole town, huh, Andy?
Not one. Well, I did find one, but you ought to see the shape it was in.
Mm.
There was not only fraying on the cuffs, but there was fraying on the frame.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Yeah, and my gal won't go out with me unless I dress up formal. Oh, the whole tuxedo situation is just like everything else this past year. You can't get nothing, nowhere, nohow.
Yeah.
I'll sure be glad when this crazy year goes out tonight.
Well, Andy, it's just like we got to learn to do without certain things. You know what Ruby made for supper tonight?
No, what?
What they call the eggless, milkless, butterless cake.
Yeah, well, the way things is going, pretty soon we'll have a cakeless cake. Oh, this is a bad year. Substitutes for everything.
Well, Andy, you know the reason for it all. A certain man is trying to give the world a substitute for freedom, and while we is getting rid of that man, why, we got to give up a few things.
Yeah, I guess so. Wait a minute. Come in, Kingfish.
Well, how are you there, boys? How are you?
Hi there, Kingfish.
Well, what you look so down the dumps boat, Andy?
Oh, I don't know.
Andy is mad about what a tough time he done had this year.
Well, I don't blame you, Andy. This year wasn't no rose for me neither.
Wasn't, huh?
No, look how I've been living. Me and my wife been fighting. Just finished another one.
Sure enough.
It seems like at the end of every year, she takes all the little fights that we done had during the year and piles them up into one big one. That's what she does. Sort of a review of all the little fights in one lump is what they do.
What is the trouble now, Kingfish?
Oh, she brung up the time that I didn't want the kinfolks to visit us. She brung up the thing about me not taking the job as a doorman.
Oh, yeah, I was there for that one. That was a battle, all right.
It wasn't no skirmish, I know that. Then last summer she gave me $35 to pay some bills and told me to put it away, and I forgot where I put it. I never did find the $35.
Oh, I remember that. That was last summer, yeah.
Yeah, that started last summer, still going on. And the funny part of it is I don't know what I done with it. Oh, we've been going hot and heavy with arguments.
Well, I don't see why I is sitting here sympathizing with you. I still got to get a tuxedo by 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, you going to a party, Andy?
Sure, I got a date with Amethyst Dunbar.
Oh, you is, huh?
Yeah, but she won't go out with me unless I got on a tuxedo. And I is crazy about that gal.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do, Andy, if you can't rent one.
Need a tuxedo. Yeah. Of course, I would lend you mine free, Andy, but I done sent it down to Georgia to my wife's brother to get married in, and he ain't sent it back yet.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy's crazy about the gal he got a date with, too.
You know, I was just thinking, maybe through my disconnections, I might be able to dig you up a tuxedo somewhere myself. How much would you be willing to pay, Andy?
Well, of course, I don't want to pay too much.
Oh, I would protect you there, you know. But on the other hand, it wouldn't be right to pay too little.
No, but if you could find me something somewhere along there, in between, not quite too much and almost too little, that'd be all right.
Oh, I am sure that we can work out something, Andy. Name your price.
$2.
Name another one.
Look, Kingfish, if you think you know where you can get Andy a tuxedo, why don't you find out how much it's going to cost and then let Andy know about it?
Well, you see, Amos, unless I knows how much Andy's got, it's kind of hard for me to dicker.
Yeah. But the trouble is, Kingfish, I don't know whether you is dickering the tuxedo man or dickering me. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I am sure that we can work out with it.
Yeah.
In the first place, his tuxedo got so many mark holes in it that unless you put on underwear made out of the same material, people are going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44. I know that. Meet me at the Lodge Hall in an hour, and I guarantee I'll have you one.
Okay, Kingfish. Get on the G. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I am sure that we can work out.
Oh, great, Amos. Thank you. I could use them all right. You know, the last couple of formal fairs I done went to, I had to...
Going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44. I know that. Meet me at the Lodge Hall in an hour, and I guarantee I'll have you one.
Okay, Kingfish. Get on the G. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I am sure that we can work out.
Oh, great, Amos. Thank you. I could use them all right. You know, the last couple of formal fairs I done went to, I had to...
Going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44. I know that. Meet me at the Lodge Hall in an hour, and I guarantee I'll have you one.
Okay, Kingfish. Get on the G. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I am sure that we can work out.
Great, Amos. Thank you. I could use them all right. You know, the last couple of formal fairs I done went to, I had to...
Going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44. Now, that's the thing. Meet me at the Lodge Hall in an hour, and I guarantee I'll have you one.
Okay, Kingfish. Get on the G. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I am sure that we can work out. Is the swing shift that happens?
I could use them all right. You know, the last couple of formal fairs I done went to, I had to...
Going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44.
11:30.
Maybe in an hour, and I guarantee I'll have you one.
Okay, Kingfish. Get on the G. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I assure that we can work out.
After that, why, the whole thing might accumulate up to 5 or 6. You know, the last couple of formal fairs I done went to, I had to...
They're going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44.
Let me see. That's $8.
I'll have you one.
Okay, Kingfish. Get on the G. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I assure that we can work out.
Well, now listen, Kingfish. I gotta have that tuxedo suit. But the formal fairs I done went to, I had to...
They're going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44. Deal with the man before he changes his mind. I'll have Lightning pick up the suit and bring it over to your room right away.
Kingfish, get on the G. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I assure that we can work out.
Okay, Kingfish, I'll do it. Me paying $18 to rent a tuxedo. It must be... I had to...
They're going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44.
There, Lightning, and let's look at it. It's getting late, you know.
Yeah, here it is now. I'll put them on. That's it.
What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I assure that we can work out.
On. Yeah, it's a 44, all right. Now, tell me this. How do it look?
Pretty good, Miss Andy.
They're going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44.
Sometimes they got a label on the inside coat pocket that's got the date on it.
Yeah, let me see here what it say. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I assure that we can work out.
On. Yeah, it's a 44, all right. Now, tell me this. How do it look?
Pretty good, Miss Andy.
They're going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44.
Sometimes they got a label on the inside coat pocket that's got the date on it.
Yeah, let me see here what it say. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I assure that we can work out.
Yeah, it's a 44, all right. Now, tell me this. How do it look?
Pretty good, Miss Andy.
They're going to think you wearing a polka dot suit. That's what they're going to think.
Yeah, that's bad, all right.
Oh, don't worry, Andy. I'll find you a tuxedo. I'll even get you a right size, 44.
They got a label on the inside coat pocket that's got the date on it.
Yeah, let me see here what it say. What you think of me trying Henry Van Porter? Maybe he ain't using his tonight.
No, now wait a minute. Don't call up Henry. I assure that we can work out.
You want me to close the door, Miss Andy?
What? The door? Close it.
Yeah, sir.
Oh, no, it's closed.
buddy. Stick him up.
Oh, hey, wait a minute, mister. Wait a minute. Don't point that gun at me. Please, sir, don't shoot.
Get up.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Don't shoot, mister. Please don't.
Up against that wall. Come on, back up. Keep your hands up.
Mister, you can have anything I got.
I don't want anything you got. All I want to do is to hide out here for a couple of hours.
Yeah, sir, mister. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can hide. I'll help you, mister.
And I'll take it easy, buddy. You ain't got nothing to worry about. I just want to lay low here till midnight. Pull down that shade.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mister, that suit you was wearing, ain't you a convict?
So what? I made my getaway from the death chamber, and I'm supposed to die at midnight. Now, what's it to you?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, who is you, mister? What's your name?
There happens to be a number. Here it is, on the shirt, see?
1943.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. 1943, but what was you in for?
Plenty of things, plenty, but mostly murders. They thought 1917 was tough, and they thought 1929 was pretty bad.
1917. 1929. And, mister, that number on your shirt there, 1943. Them numbers mean something. Yeah. Them is years.
Catch on quick, don't you?
Mister, by any chance is you...
Yeah, you guessed it, buddy. You're talking face-to-face with a year. 1943. That's me.
Yeah, yes, sir. And this is the last day of the year. And you were supposed to die at midnight. Yes, sir, I can see what you mean by murders. You've been bad, all right.
Now, never mind. Skip that part of it, buddy. Time is short, and I got to talk to somebody, so you stand there and listen.
Yes, mister, please let me go, sir. Let me talk to you some other night.
There won't be any other night, see? This is my last chance. All I want to do is talk. Tell you what's deep down in here.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You see, buddy, when a year realizes that it only has a few more hours to live, a lot goes through his mind. Especially a year like me, a tough year.
Yes, sir. I was just thinking about all the floods and the shooting, bombings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. You're like everybody else. Glad to get rid of me. So what? I'm gone. It's just that I hate to leave without somebody knowing that it wasn't all my fault.
Yeah, well, you was leaving things in a mess, mister.
Yeah, well, it could have been different, too, buddy. But when I was a kid, I met a lot of wrong guys, and I'm taking the rap.
What you mean?
Well, I got mixed up with a guy named Adolf. I didn't have enough sense to see that he only looked tough because he was picking on little fellas. Now, when it's too late, I can see that the guy who thought he was too smart to hang wallpaper is going to wind up hanging himself.
Yes, sir. I see what you mean.
Yeah, and then there was a fat kid in the neighborhood by the name of Benito. Yeah, I used to say to him, Benny, let's play checkers. And he'd say, no, let's help Adolf play London Bridge is falling down. Yeah, and then there was a half pine by the name of Tojo. He lived over on the west side. He showed me how to sneak up on people and let them have it in the back.
Yeah, well, what kind of people live where you live, Mr. 1943? Wasn't there no nice kids?
Oh, yeah, sure. Right across the pond from Adolph's and Benny was a kid named Frank. I guess his regular name was Franklin, but they called him Frank for short. He asked me to come over to his house one day and see his stamp collection.
Yes, sir. Did you go?
No. But I wish I had. Things would have been a lot different if I'd have been on his side. I used to laugh when I thought about him saving stamps. Guess nobody realized that someday he'd be saving the little countries that printed a lot of them stamps.
Yes, sir. I see what you mean.
Yeah, I've been tough, and I ain't making no bones about it. It's just that... Hey, maybe they're coming for me. Where can I go? Where can I hide?
Well, don't worry, mister. Look here. Tell you what you do. Here, put on this old robe of mine, and they won't see your prison suit. I'll tell them you was a friend of mine.
Okay, buddy, but make it snappy.
Yeah, here, put it on. Here, there. Now, put your gun in this drawer.
Yeah.
Now, stand over there.
Okay, buddy.
Now, stick 'em up, Mr. 1943, and I ain't fooling.
Oh, double-cross me,
Keep those hands up. I mean it, because I don't like you no more than the rest of people do. Come in.
Well, hello there. Well, say, what's going on here?
Amos, stand over here by me. I got him. That's a criminal. He was supposed to die at midnight. He ain't just a man. Look at him. He is a year. Look at the number on his shirt.
1943. Oh, yeah, he's a tough guy, ain't he?
Yeah, I'm going to call the police and turn him in.
Okay, you got me, Bud, but the cops will never get me. I'll be gone before they get here.
Well, what will we do, Amos?
Wait a minute, Andy. Maybe we won't turn him in.
But Amos, he's been the worst criminal of all of them.
That's right, Andy. 1943 has been bad. Full of suffering, crime, and heartaches and everything else.
All right. Don't pull your punches. I can take it. Tell them how I killed 6 million people. set fire to churches, and put swastikas where crosses used to be.
That's right, 1943. The world will never forget your sins. But you know, no matter how bad a person is, if you will look hard enough, you can find a little good in him.
Good?
1943, you put out a lot of lights all over this world. But as you leave us tonight, we ought to remember that you left the light burning in the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah. You noticed that, huh?
Yes, sir, and there's other things, too. With all the bad things you has done, you still let somebody find enough time to print more copies of a certain book than was ever printed in 1 year before.
The Holy Bible.
Say, that's right.
And when we needed it most, 1943, you give us the biggest potato crop we ever had in our history. And somebody told me that somewhere in between your crimes, you looked down on a scientist working on some old stale mold. And you let that man discover a new drug that will save millions of human lives. You know, Andy, no year that folks ever tore off the calendar was all good. 1943 ain't been all bad.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, buddy, because when I took over the reins last January 1st, things weren't so hot. I don't expect history to list me with the heroes. I'm no 1776, and I know it. Still, I tried, and I'd give anything in the world if I could try again. But a year has only one chance to make good, and people have many. That's him now, the new year. Well, this is where I came in. Hand me the gun, buddy.
Give it to him, Andy.
Well, you ain't gonna pull a fast one on us, is you?
Well, the only thing I have left to pull, buddy, is a shade between two eternities.
Well, here's your gun.
Well, there's just one bullet left in this gun that has killed so many. I saved that one for myself. Guess I better go now and let him come in. He's got a lot to do, and he'll need every minute. Who knows? Maybe he's the year the world's been waiting for. And try to remember that even a good year can't do it all by himself. Give the kid a little help and be patient with him. The tide has already begun to turn, but it takes the right kind of people to make the right kind of year. And one more thing before I go. Remember that this new fellow will have 24 hours longer on the job than I had, for he'll have the extra day of leap year. Now, if you'll all pull together and do your share, that day can be the day of victory. Well, here I go. God bless you. Happy New Year. Come on in, 1944. Goodbye, world. Andy, wake up.
Huh?
Andy, I brung you the studs.
Hello. Oh, me. Why did that 1943 have to go and shoot himself? He was the best year I done ever talked to.
Andy, you must have been having a nightmare. Wake up. Come on, you got a date. You're going to be late if you don't hurry.
Oh, me. Amos, I guess you was right in letting him go, though.
What?
Well, he sure appreciated them nice things that you said about him.
Who, Andy?
1943.
Andy, you feel all right?
Who, me? Yeah, Joe.
Come on, Andy, pull yourself together. Here, I'll hold your coat for you. Here.
Coat? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's see how this tuxedo coat look on me. It's supposed to be a 44. It's an old style.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, how do it look?
Let me see. Well, the shoulders don't fit bad. Take the stuff out the pocket. It's kind of bulging there on the side, Andy.
There ain't nothing in the pocket.
There's something in the pocket.
Oh, I tell you it ain't. I got my hand in there now. Wait a minute. I do feel something. Let me lift it up.
Look, there's something in the lining.
Yeah, take that safety pin out.
Look, Andy.
Well, I'll be doggone, there's money. 10, 20, 30, 35. Amos, this is the $35 the Kingfish was telling us about that he never remembered where he put it.
That's it, all right, Andy.
Amos, hand me my hat and cane, son.
Andy, you sure do look great.
Oh, Amos, I'm telling you, this is a perfect 44.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are Amos and Andy, who would like to say a few words to their listeners.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, folks.
Well, this being New Year's Eve, we have asked permission to say a few words to our friends on the air.
At this time of the year, we would like to let you know how grateful we are to you.
We wouldn't feel right to let this old year pass over the hill without expressing our deep appreciation for the people who sponsor this program and make it possible for us to be here. That is Lever Brothers, the people who make Rinso. We can truthfully say that since we have started our half-hour show in October, that we have never been treated with such cooperation and understanding in our entire radio career. We told you once before about going through and seeing a make soap, and we can tell you from experience that the product we represent, Rinso, is the greatest product of its kind.
And we've had many letters from our listeners telling us that. We hope you folks don't get mad if you don't find that your grocer don't have it on the shelf, because sometimes the grocer doesn't have it there. There's no Rinso on the shelf. But it's well worth waiting for. He is getting it as fast as it can possibly be made. And by waiting for it, you'll be helping yourself and helping us a lot, too.
At the end of the year, everybody sort of takes inventory, and in our checkup at the end of 1943 tonight, we find that we are rich in friends, and truthfully, that is the most important thing we know of. We are deeply grateful to you for this, and so from our hearts we want to thank you sincerely, as two people can thank their many friends. We promise you that during the coming year, we will redouble our efforts to bring you the best that's in us.
And for the splendid cooperation that we've received from the boys in the orchestra, from our guest stars, from Harlow Wilcox, members of our cast, and everyone connected with our show, we want to say to them many thanks and a Happy New Year.
And to you, our friends, we say may the new year bring victory to us and our valiant allies all over the world. That is our wish for a Happy New Year. And now let's all join in the chorus of Old Lang Syne.
Perhaps you're lucky enough to have your loved one in the service home on leave, and you wouldn't be human if you didn't want to know about everything he's doing, nor would it be unnatural for him to want to tell you. And yet that very enthusiasm, that desire to confide, can bring tragedy. Even when you're with family or friends and are sure no enemy agent can hear, it isn't safe to mention items of war information. Remember, things which don't seem important to you may be of vital importance in a link of information. So don't ask and don't tell where our soldiers are, how many there are, how they are being transported, when they're going, or what kind of duty they're going on. If you do hear it from someone, don't repeat it. If you see it yourself, don't repeat it. But if you read it in the newspapers or hear it on the radio, you can talk all you like. Otherwise, mum's the word. Join us again next week at the same time for the Amos and Andy Show, when the boys' guest will be the motion picture star Pat O'Brien. Our thanks to Edward G. Robinson for appearing with us tonight. He may currently be seen in the Universal picture Flesh and Fantasy. This program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you good night and repeating from all of us to all of you, Happy New Year!
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen. Artie Shaw and his orchestra, for singing glee, we're the Smoothie Three. Last but not least, and with Bud Heaston.
Monday evening brings another Burns and Allen Show to your house, and in just one sentence, I'm going to tell you why Spam is so popular with families everywhere. Ready? When you buy Spam, you know exactly what you're getting. For just as shown on the label, Spam is pure pork shoulder with ham meat added. Your guarantee of goodness and quality. And combine that with the many uses for this delicious meat, it's only natural that Spam is a hit, cold or hot. As you'll discover by trying the easy recipes on the label after you buy Spam when you shop tomorrow. And please, Mr. Shaw, I'm running out of breath, but I'm all through, so put a musical period on this for me, please. And here they are, those two Spam ambassadors of fun, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Bud.
Hello, Gracie. Say, you should have been with me Saturday night. I went to a party at Irene Dunn's house.
By the way, Bud, what's Irene Dunn doing?
Done doing? What kind of English is that?
What kind of English is that?
Yeah.
I said, what's Irene Dunn doing?
You mean, what's Irene done?
Gracie, isn't Irene Dunn a motion picture star?
Well, yes. I saw her in My Favorite Wife.
Well, that's the picture that Irene Dunn did.
Done did? Oh, that's even worse than done doing.
Well, George, maybe I can help you. You see, Gracie, Irene Dunn told me that...
Dunn told you? Oh, what did Irene Dunn told you, all Rochester?
Look, Gracie, when Irene Dunn does a picture, it doesn't mean that Irene Dunn done a picture. It means Irene Dunn did a picture. And the picture that Dunn did is what Dunn's done.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
But why did you have to stop us?
Señor Burns, yo sé una cosa muy graciosa de esta película.
That's the guitar player, yes. What is it, Senor Lee?
I saw that picture with that Eileen Dunn and that Kenny Grunt. He's wonderful.
Kenny Grunt?
Sí.
You mean Cary Grant?
Remember in the picture when she puts her arms around him and hugged him and squeezed him?
Yes.
Well, Kenny Grunt?
Artie, will you keep that South American pocket carcass quiet?
Okay, Poopsie.
And stop with that Poopsie. That's what the girl called me here last week, and now it's all over.
Oh, George, I knew I had something to tell you. You know that sweet little girl who was up here last week? The one you promised to make your new partner on the radio?
You mean Elsie Trellafas?
Yeah, that's the one, Poopsie.
Stop calling me Poopsie. And I was only fooling when I promised to put her on the radio. Don't tell me that she's taking it to heart.
Oh, worse than that, she's taking it to court.
She's taking it to court?
Yeah, and when she told me that she was suing you for $10,000, I told her a thing or a couple.
$10,000?
Yes, I said to her, I said, Elsie, by the time you get through buying the clothes to wear in front of the jury, paying your lawyer and paying your court expenses, you'll have nothing left out of the $10,000.
Well,
what's the sense of it?
That's right. Did she see your point?
Certainly did.
Oh, good.
Now she's suing you for $200,000.
You ad-libbed 100. 200,000?
Oh, don't worry about it, George. A friend of mine was sued for $150,000, and he didn't pay a cent.
Well, Artie, I'd like to meet him.
Well, you can talk to him tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Visiting hours are from 2 to 4.
Well, I'm certainly in a lovely mess. Now I'll have to get a lawyer, and it'll probably cost me thousands of dollars.
Oh, not the lawyer I hired for you.
You hired a lawyer for me?
Yeah, and he's very cheap.
Well, how do you know he's cheap?
Well, I had lunch with him today, and I had to pay my own check.
Gracie, did anybody ever tell you that you were a little imbecilic?
Yes, the picnic one.
I see.
But I guess he didn't mean it because I never saw him again.
Everything happens to me. A lawsuit for $200,000.
Senor Burns?
What?
If you're looking for a good lawyer, get my uncle. He handled the Dreyfus case.
The Dreyfus case? You mean Alexander Dreyfus from Devil's Island?
No, the taxi Dreyfus from Coney Island.
$200,000. I wouldn't pay that Elsie Trellafas a nickel.
Good for you, George. That'll help me a whole lot.
How will it help you?
I'll be able to tell our listeners that both you and Spam are in the can.
Well, that hit the spot.
Thanks, George.
I thought so. And here I was saving my money for when I was old and decrepit.
Yeah, and just when you are, look what happened.
This whole thing is absurd.
Well, George is right. That Elsie is nothing but a gold digger, and I told her plenty, too. I told her that before she'd get a dime from you, George, you'd draw all your money out of the bank.
Oh, that wouldn't frighten a girl like Elsie.
Oh, it wouldn't, huh? It scared her so that she tied up your bank account.
Tied up my bank account?
Oh. Look, George passed out.
Well, I can't understand it, Bud. Wouldn't you think he'd be interested in what I'm telling him?
While the boss is out, the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Cherry Berry Bean.
Oh, cherry bean, oh, cherry bean, cherry bean, he waits for her each night beneath her balcony. Cherry bean, he begs to hold her tight, but no, she won't agree. Cherry bean, she throws a rose and blows a kiss from up above. Chirpy bee, chirpy bee, they're so in love. When the moon hangs low in Napoli, there's a handsome melody. Every night he sings so happily, so his lady love can hear. The man whose soul bravissimo, he repeats his serenade, and his heart beats so fortissimo when she raises her Venetian shade. Chirpy bean, chirpy bean, chirpy bean, chirpy bean, oh, chirpy bean. He waits her each night beneath her balcony. Chirpy bean, he begs to hold her tight. But no, she won't agree. No, she won't agree. Chirpy bean, she throws rose a kiss from up above. Chirpy bean. He sings to her each night under the bell moonlight. Chirpy bean, he waits for her each night beneath her balcony. Chirpy bean, he begs to hold her tight, but no, she won't agree. Chirpy bean, she throws her rose and blows the kiss from up above. Chirpy bean, chirpy bean. Now they sing of love, they're both so much in love. Oh, chirpy bean, oh, chirpy bean, oh, chirpy bean.
Oh, George is still out. Artie, hold his head while I give him another spoonful of this medicine.
Gracie, that's extract of bitters. That's extract of bitters. That's terrible stuff.
I know. Hold his head while I give him another spoonful. Another spoonful.
Gracie, you're spilling half of that medicine on his chin. Wipe it off.
I can't. It burns my fingers.
Well, listen, George, I got some bad news. Oh, gee, still out, huh?
Yeah, hold his head, Artie.
Well, listen. Elsie's sweetheart is outside, and he's a big bruiser, and I can't hold him, and he says he's going to come in here and mop up the floor with George. Shall I call for help?
Oh, no. He and George can mop up this floor without any help.
Gee, this is awful. What do we do?
Well, how about you and me going to Ciro's tonight?
Oh. Look, is George coming too?
No, just you and I.
Oh, he's coming out of his faint. Shall I tell him about Elsie's sweetheart, that big bruiser who's coming here to beat him up?
No, not that. He'll fight again. He'll faint again.
Yeah. That's all right. There's plenty of medicine left.
Oh, where am I? Oh, I know. Boy, this lawsuit has certainly left a bitter taste in my mouth.
Gracie, that's Elsie's sweetheart.
Hey, Salman, that's probably my lawyer. Let him in.
Mr. Burns, before I open the door, do your insurance policies carry double indemnity in case of death by accident?
Well, yes.
You are a very lucky man, weren't you?
Salman, will you let my lawyer in?
Well, you asked for it.
Who's George Burns?
Uh-oh, here comes malicious.
I'm George Burns.
Oh, so you're George Burns.
That's right.
What about you and Elsie Trellafas?
Well, he doesn't know her. He's never heard of her, have you, George?
Certainly I know Elsie Trellafas. I know her very well. And, mister, if you're going to help me out of this legal jam, I might as well tell you the truth.
Good.
I'll give it to you straight from the shoulder.
Oh, vice versa.
Just how well did you know Elsie Trellafas?
Well, I'm not a man who likes to boast, but on the other hand, this is no time to hold anything back.
Calling Dr. Kildare.
One night about a week ago, I was taking her home in a taxi, and I put my arm around her.
Like this?
Yeah, but I held her a little tighter.
You mean like this?
Oh, wait a minute, not that tight.
Oh, that was quite a crush.
Yeah, it couldn't have killed me. And after I took Elsie home, we were standing in the hallway.
Senor Burns?
Standing in the hallway with Elsie, you see.
Senor Burns?
And we were both in the hallway.
Hey, Poopsie!
What is it, Senor Lee?
Can I have your tooth powder after you get your teeth knocked out?
I'm not going to get my teeth knocked out.
I know something that you don't know.
Artie, will you keep that stale character quiet? So we were standing in the hallway, and I put my lips against Elsie's, and she...
George, shall I play my number now?
What number?
Get out of town before it's too late.
Artie, you're not playing that number.
No, this is the number you're playing, Artie. Let me get at the piano. When April showers will come your way, be careful, Poopsie, of what you say. We're trying to tell you, take it on the lamb. This fellow isn't what you think he is. If you want to continue for Sam, just keep your mouth shut.
Oh, quiet. Anyway, mister, I was standing in the hallway with Elsie, and she threw her arms around me. Stop, man. Stop slamming the door. You know I hate bangs.
You hate bangs? Then keep your mouth shut. You've said enough.
Oh, quiet.
Yeah, what's going on?
This guy behind you is pretty tough.
You'll be looking up at daisies that you won't be able to smell.
Wah, 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 wah. Whenever Elsie's boyfriend comes, along.
Good evening, Forest Lawn.
Look, What's going on here? Here I am worrying about $200,000 lawsuit and everybody's singing.
Say, did Elsie ever happen to mention her boyfriend?
Yeah, I heard her say something. She's going around with some dope or something.
Dope?
Hold your hats, boys. Here it comes.
You did say dope, didn't you?
Yeah, some big dope or something. Sound man, why are you opening the door? There's nobody going out.
That's what you think.
Hey, Mr. Burns, I think we can talk this over better in the alley.
Yeah, it's too noisy in here. Come on, let's go.
George, don't done what Irene done. He'll be done.
What Irene done? What's that?
Irene Dunn told me it's Elsie's boyfriend.
What, Irene Dunn? Who's afraid of Elsie's boyfriend? Why, with one hand I can crumple him to pieces.
I'm Elsie's boyfriend.
And with the other hand I can... Oh.
What happened?
Oh, George is fainted. Artie, hold his head while I give him some more medicine.
Yeah, when he comes to, tell him that he's not only being sued for $200,000 for breach of contract, but I'm suing him for $300,000 for alienation of affection. Goodbye, everybody. And goodbye, Poopsie.
Well, what are we going to do with George? He fainted again. Can't anybody do something?
I can do something.
We'll do it.
I'll be delightful. Yo tengo buena suerte con todos los jueguitos, pero lo que es mi fuerte es el juego de amorcitos. Hay una muchachita a quien yo quiero conquistar. Les apuesto lo que quieran, que la voy a ganar. Se llama Nada, ella es mi nada. Mi nada no hace nada más que amar. Yo quiero a Nada, no hago nada más que de mi nada soñar. Cuando beso a mi nada, nada beso al parecer, pero nada tiene todo para hacerme arder. Yo quiero a Nada, no hace nada, nada más que amar.
Artie, hold his head. I'll give him another spoonful.
Boop, boop. Gracie, is this medicine good for fainting?
Oh, it's marvelous for fainting.
How do you know?
Well, every time I give my daddy a spoonful, he faints.
Oh. What happened? Who am I?
George Burns.
Where am I?
George Burns. Oh, who types these things anyway?
Where am I?
On the spam program.
What's spam?
What spam? Boy, you must be groggy if you don't remember what spam is. Why, George, spam is what you have fried with eggs for breakfast. Spam is what you have for lunch, sliced cold in spamwiches. Spam is what you have baked whole for dinner.
Oh, yes, but I remember now.
And you ask me what's spam. Why, George, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, I'm a bad boy.
Why, everybody knows that spam is tender, delicious meat, all ready to eat as it comes from the can.
All right, but I'm sorry.
Easy to serve, economical to use. Spam is the reason housewives are spending less time in the kitchen and still giving their families good food on the dot.
I apologize, but spam is wonderful.
Well, thanks, George.
Yes, I didn't mean it, but I'm so sorry.
Okay, sit down. Now, ladies, here's a grand suggestion for dinner tomorrow night. Open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M. As I said before, it's all ready to eat, so just slice Spam and serve with tomatoes, corn on the cob, a simple dessert, and your favorite beverage. You'll have nothing but compliments from the whole gang because the meaty flavor, the grand taste of Spam satisfies even the huskiest appetite. And when you try the other recipes on the label, you'll discover Spam has dozens of uses, cold or hot. So remember, you'll spend a lot of time out of the kitchen when you keep Spam on your pantry shelf. It needs no refrigeration. Get a supply when you shop tomorrow. Just say to your food dealer, I want Spam.
I want Spam.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Oh, now I remember. Elsie Trellafas' boyfriend. What happened to him?
He's gone.
I wish that lawyer would come. Being sued for $200,000. Why, if I lose that case, it'll be like taking the shirt off my back.
Well, here comes Striptease Burns now.
Striptease Burns?
Yeah, because her boyfriend is suing you for $300,000.
$300,000? Oh.
Artie, hold his head.
Oh, well.
Say, George looks flushed. Has anybody got a thermometer?
Here's one, Senor Bud. I got it off the wall.
That's a barometer, not a thermometer.
In his condition, he'll know the difference?
Oh, give it to me, Bud. Open his mouth, Artie. My, this is awful.
Well, what's wrong with George? What does it say?
He's partly cloudy in the southern region. Hold his head.
Oh. Bud, take the barometer out of George's mouth.
Oh, here it is.
And now put his teeth back in.
Now give him another spoonful.
Whoop.
Gracie, that's the 30th spoonful you've given him, and it hasn't done him any good.
I know.
Well, then why are you making him finish all that terrible medicine?
I want to get my nickel back in the bottle.
Where is he?
Who?
The lawyer. He's supposed to be here. Oh, my head.
Oh, what's the matter, George?
I don't feel well. I've got spots in front of my eyes.
Oh, then that stuff I gave you is a fake.
Fake?
Yeah, look what it says here in the bottle. Good for removing spots.
Gracie, that's Carbona.
Senor Burns?
Yes, what is it, Senor Lee?
Once I had a date with Brenda and Carbona.
Brenda and Carbona?
See?
Carbona makes you sick.
Brenda is a doll?
Artie, will you send that broken-down guitar player back to local 802? Oh, this must be him. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
My name is Jules Colby, attorney at law. I'm calling with reference to the Elsie Trellafas case.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Mr. Colby, as I'd like to explain the whole thing to you.
Well, that's what attorneys are for, Mr. Burns.
Well, now, to begin with, I did take Elsie Trellafas out a few times. She was young and pretty, and after all, I'm only human.
George, don't say anything you can't prove.
I've got that down, Mr. Burns. Well, anyway, the first night I met her, we drove out to the beach, and the radio was playing, and I had the pot of gold on.
Is that prettier than a derby?
Will you be quiet?
Go ahead, Mr. Burns. I'm writing it down.
So we were driving along, and I kept telling her how pretty she was and how smart she was, and pretty soon we came to a lonely spot, and I ran out of compliments.
Well, that's a new one. Most fellows run out of gas.
Gracie, for your information, there are lots of couples who don't neck in parked cars.
Yeah, the woods are full of them.
All right, so maybe I kissed her a few times. But please, Gracie, it's very important that the lawyer hears my story.
I've got that down, Mr. Burns.
Of course, that wouldn't look very good to a jury, so when we get to court, Mr. Colby, let's cut out the kissing.
You mean you and he'll just hold hands?
Gracie, will you keep still?
Go ahead, Mr. Burns. I've got that down.
Well, you can tell the jury that I'm a man of very fine character.
George, Mr. Colby just met you. He doesn't even know you.
Well, if he doesn't know George, then he can say it.
Ah, well, this cast is always kidding me like this, Mr. Colby. But they'll be glad to be character witnesses for me, won't you, boys?
Oh, you bet your life we will, George. I'll be glad to stand up in court and tell them what a wonderful guy you are.
Oh, thanks, Bud.
How much does it pay?
You know, now you've got me so confused I don't know which way to turn.
Oh, a Los Angeles driver, huh?
A lot of fine friends.
Senor Burns,
What is it, Senor Lee?
for 50 cents, I will tell the jury that you are a perfect gentleman.
50 cents, huh?
Okay.
I won't pay it.
All right, so I'll say you're good for nothing.
You got that down, Mr. Colby?
Poor George, he started out looking for a character witness, and look what happened.
No witness?
No character.
Oh, keep still. Anyway, Mr. Colby, I met this Elsie Trellafas in a restaurant, and you never saw anybody eat so much in your life. She ordered a double porterhouse steak, and in 2 seconds she looked up at me, and what do you think she said?
I've got that down, Mr. Burns.
That was exactly what she said. You see, it really was a lot of innocent fun.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Well, not exactly. That's what I want you to tell the jury. If the opposing side knew the real facts, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. You see, between you and me, I did promise to put Elsie Trellafas on the radio.
I see what you mean, Mr. Burns. And believe me, I can't possibly lose this case. Good day.
Good day. Now, there's a great lawyer. See, Gracie? He says he can't lose.
Oh, that's what he says. I'll bet your lawyer will beat him.
My lawyer? My lawyer?
Yes?
Who was that?
Oh, Trellafas's lawyer.
Elsie Trellafas.
Oh. Artie, hold his head.
Before George and Gracie return to say goodnight, they want me to tell you that Spam is a mighty good mealtime hint for your household tomorrow and every day. Ask for Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop tomorrow and try the easy recipes on the label.
Well, thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, good night. And by the way, George, here's some good news. You know, it didn't do Elsie Trellafas any good to tie up your money.
Swell, Gracie. Why?
Well, I found out that your bank just failed.
Oh.
Artie, hold his head.
Well, will George come to by next week? Will he win the case? Will he have to pay $100,000? What will happen? Who cares? Good night.
Listen again next Monday night, same time, same station, for George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel Chili con Carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.